In place.
Yes, sir. We have kept it ready.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Dear participants, all of you please join. There is a small technical issue. Within 2 minutes, we'll come back. Prashant, welcome you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for that.
Hello. Welcome, Prashant Kurbet. Am I audible?
Yes, am I audible? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are audible.
A very good morning to you, sir. Mr. Prashant, sir.
Good
A
morning. Good
heartily
morning.
welcome to you, sir, on this particular refresher program. So, today's speaker, Mr. Prashant Kurbet, sir, will give us talk on the topic skill development, the industry perspectives. I request Professor Shrikant Shirkod, sir, to introduce Mr. Prashant Kurbet, sir, to the participants.
Good morning to all. I, Shrikant Shirkol, working as assistant professor here from past 10 years, feel proud to introduce today's resource person and my childhood friend, Mr. Prashant Kurbet. Mr. Prashant is part of Amazon India since 9 years and currently is working as a senior risk manager, managing a team of 10 plus employees for the team denied party screening. His responsibilities include guiding the team in the appropriate direction in line with the current standard operating procedures. Mr. Prashant's area of expertise and working domain are suspicious activity reporting, customer relationship management, quality assurance and decision making, risk and compliance, resource management, business intelligence. He has completed his BE in mechanical engineering in 2009 and did his MBA from KIMS Dharwad, for which he secured gold medal at the university level, broke a 14-year record. He has also worked at various capacities. To name some, he worked on developing skill sets of his team to ensure better career pathing and growth. He has represented as HR for various placement drives at many engineering colleges. He involved in soft skills training for students of engineering in many colleges. He have taught Kannada language to many non Karnataka residents for free at Bangalore. With this brief introduction, I would like to welcome the session's resource person, Mr. Prashant Kurbet, to the 1 week FDP at STNCT. I request Prashant to present his talk. I welcome you once again, Mr. Prashant Kurbet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think that's quite heartwarming to be introduced by my own friend. So thank you so much, Shrikant. And to begin with, honestly, I'm very honored and also glad to be part of this FTP session, which has been ongoing since I think last Wednesday, so this Wednesday. So the topic of my discussion for today would be, as it was mentioned, skill development from the industry perspective. So before going into the topic, so we typically have these uh, pointers, right? So whenever we say that, okay, a student has a good academic knowledge, however, he or she is unable to what do you call present that in a way that's actually required, right? So apart from that, we also talk about them not converting them into their marks, or maybe if you look at an employee perspective, so we know for a fact that one of the employees may have a very fine knowledge about a process, however, they're unable to crack interviews or getting selected. So I'll also like to give you an anecdote on a particular thing where usually whenever, let's assume that we have a salesperson at your doorstep, and the salesperson has a new product in hand, right? However, you do not know about the product. So tell me, how many of you will directly buy the product without knowing that? So here, what I'm trying to compare is the product is nothing but the knowledge. However, the skill set is something that will drive the entire purchasing happening here. The skill set is nothing but the salesperson's pitch or salesperson where they talk about marketing activities. So that is where it typically comes into the picture. So here, what I'm comparing is the product is nothing but the knowledge, but the marketing activity, which um, ends as a purchase, is nothing but the skill set. So on that note, let's begin the presentation. So we'll talk about what is a skill, what is how do we develop skills, and also from the industry perspectives. I know it may sound generic at times, but I'll also have some anecdotal expressions to it, like how the industry usually wants it to be from whatever I have experienced it. So on that note, we can move to the next slide. Thank you. Uh, So what exactly are skill sets, right? So we could also call it as a skill, right? So skill would become a singular one. So we always talk about skill set. The reason being, uh, most of us do not want ourselves to be restricted to one particular skill, right? We want to expand the horizon of our knowledge or horizon of our skill sets. So that's why we talk about uh, skill sets more often than not. And the common definition that we have, and definition can vary from person to person. However, what is the definition I'm talking about? It's a particular combination of skills, because it's a skill set, right? It's a particular combination of skills that a person has developed, which can be used in a job or a professional enhancement or a personal development, right? It can be in any way, right? So we usually talk about, I mean, skill sets and its relevance in the industry these days. Let's also try and understand what exactly is a skill set and how we do not how we actually try to acquire it, right? um, and yeah, so that's all about the skill set definition. So moving on to the next slide. Yeah, so what is the need for skill development, right? So whenever like you, I mean, I think all of you are professors and doing a wonderful and noble job to ensure you're guiding the next I mean, set of people uh, which are coming out from the professional education background to an industry background, right? So whenever we talk about this, whenever, let's say, for example, I'm teaching a particular subject, so my first question is why I'll have to, I mean, brief why I'm teaching this or why it's necessary to be learned, right? So on that note, what's the need for skill development, right? We talk about so much of skills. We also talk about HR, human resourcing, that there's a lot of variation between what skills we require and what we require and what skills we get. That's also a lot of statistics perspective. So this is something for the WEF, which is the World Economic Forum. So 50% of all the employees will need reskilling by 2025, because see, technology, we say that technology changes by a minute, right? So on that note, 50% of the employees need reskilling because there are a lot of technological changes that are happening throughout. I think you guys are the best judge because you are part of the technical education right now. So there's a lot of things that are happening. So we have something called as reskilling. We also have something called as upskilling, right, in industry terms. So this is a staggering number, I would say. So 50% of all employees would need reskilling by 2025, and critical thinking and problem solving tops the lists of skills employers believe will grow in prominence in the next 5 years. So if I come here and teach something which is, let's say, uh, d- any of your topic, right, which you already are aware of, right, like a field theory. So it doesn't make sense for me to teach a field theory because you all are already aware of it, from people who are from electronics background, right? Similarly, if I walk into a room, right, where the discussion is happening or a meeting is happening, and I do not put forth my idea, which may be due to my critical thinking or problem solving, so which may add value to that. So to the entire set, my my presence will not be felt there, because that's why critical thinking and problem solving are the top skills that employers believe will grow prominence in the next 5 years. Because saying just yes to everything will not also solve the concerns that we have at hand, and coming up with the new situations, so new solving techniques would help to solve the existing problem. So that's why I think that's been rated as one of the highest. So coming to the newly emerging skills this year are in self-management, such as active learning, So this is a very, very important. We also will talk about learning and unlearning abilities. It's not only important to learn, you also have to. It's very important to unlearn as well from the industry perspective, and also resilience, stress tolerance, and flexibility in strategic management. This we will discuss in detail with few anecdotes or examples in the next few slides. Can we go to the next one? Yeah, thank you. So we typically, I mean, whenever we talk about skills, right? So whenever we ask someone about skill, they only talk about soft skills, right? Because always understood that hard skills are already acquired through their education, and and if you look at that, the 50% of the work is already being done by the education system itself, right? I think it's something that always the finished product is being sent out. Only the polishing needs to be needed there. So hard skills are something which we do. I mean, acquire it. Basis are maybe certifications or programs, maybe education as well, right? Let's say programming. If there's an employee who comes without any experience of programming, I think it takes me at least 2 years for me to train a, train an employee on programming, right? So that's already been done by education institutes, and we get that skill. So that is nothing but the hard skill that we have. And one difference between hard and soft skill would be the quantifiability, right? Hard skills can be quantifiable. Let's say, for example, if I take programming, I would say have done a C or a C++, or any sort of programming. So I can quantify saying that, hey, this is what I've done. However, in terms of soft skills, it's very difficult to quantify. We cannot say I have mastered 60% of the communication skills or 70% of the communication skills. There's no end to it, right? So yeah, again, coming back to the point. So we have two skills. One is a hard skill and a soft skill, as being depicted here. So soft skills are nothing but a mix of social and interpersonal skills. The character traits. Trait is something which is everyone is unique in their nature, right? So that's why we call character traits and personal attitudes that all jobs require. We also need teamwork. We all need patience, time management. So I know these are all generic in nature. However, these are very, very important when you look back, when you take a microscope and deeply look into. So there's a lot of things that happen around it. That's why we say a lot of we talk a lot about soft skills training and during even in our technical education, right? So and also these can be obtained by life experiences as being conveyed here. Right, that's on the hard skills, on the soft skills, and the difference. We also have a kind of various categories to it, which we'll discuss in the next couple of slides. So we can move to the next one. Yeah, so these are something that I was talking about. So we also have something called as transferable or functional, right? So let's say analysis, right? Analysis can be, I can, I mean, utilize that in any way, right? Organizing skills. So if I'm organized, I can, even if I change my role or maybe change my profession these days, I can still apply that. That's where it's called as transferable or functional in nature, right? So these that's what the transferable functional talks about. So when it comes to second trait, which is the personal traits or attitudes, right? So being diplomatic, being result oriented, independent, being patient. These are um, not limited to though examples. So it can go up to a lot of examples. Some may feel, okay, you can be straight to the point, not diplomatic, can be result oriented, can be independent and patient. So these are personal traits or attitudes that either can be inherent in nature or maybe acquired in nature. So inherent is something where you probably develop it by the time, I mean, you, what do you call, uh, come to education or maybe in the initial stages. But acquired skills are something which you learn, right? So acquired skills is something that you learn. So that's the difference between inherent and acquired skills. So third one is the knowledge based. So I would say administration, the contract management, accounting, which are very specific, right? So as I said, like in accounting, so only if I know about finance, I would be able to do accounting, which is kind of really very niche or knowledge based. So that's on the kind of skills that we have. Can move to the next slide. Yeah. So according to the World Economic Forum, the reason why I'm talking more about generic sense on the skill sets is uh, these are more often than not neglected. Reason being they cannot be measured. So anything that you can measure can be controlled is something that we usually see in the industries. So these are some things which we are trying to measure, but most often than not we are not able to. Right. So when you say problem solving technique, we can say analytical thinking and innovation. Right. We can say complex problem solving. We can say critical thinking and analysis, creativity and originality and initiative. So use of technology, all this comes under problem solving techniques. So working with people is something that's kind of a missing leadership and social influence. So we see a lot of leadership. I mean, we typically take examples of cricket and like say how the leadership abilities influence there. And some people, we also have the debate about leaders are not born and they are made. Some people say leaders are made and not born. So it's always a conflict there. However, end of the day, how one develops himself to be able to lead a team. So I'll give my examples at the end of this presentation about how I acquired skill sets on what are the different changing scenarios that I have gone through. So I think that is something that we can go back and relate to. The reason why I'm telling all this is um, we have students who will be, I mean, in need of all these. We also have, I think it also can be used in your day-to-day activities while you are being, I mean, helping out students and also while continuing your daily work of being professor. So all these things will will help in both the activities. So we can move to the next slide. Yeah. So this is something which kind of interesting, right? So how do we acquire a skill, right? So whenever we think about how do we acquire a skill, so let's say when you all joined the educational institute for the first day, when you went in front of students and you compare yourself today and how are you presenting, it's a completely different situation or a scenario, right? First day you were like kind of unsure like what to talk, maybe the clarity of thought be a little less comparatively, but with with time you would have mastered it because of the experience as well. So the first would be education, right? Education where the clarity of thought or knowledge would come into the picture, like how I have a clarity on that. The second would be on what skills to acquire. I think this is one of the major problem that I have seen in the industry, where anyone from a particular background wants to acquire skills, but they do not know what skills to acquire because they may be kind of unsure which direction to move in. I think that's where education come into the picture, where a clarity of thought is given more detail. Let's say for a mechanical engineer, they would not need something on electronics engineering, so they may focus on I mean directions where it leads to mechanical engineering. That's where the clarity of thoughts on what skills to acquire is also important, because honestly speaking, there's a lot of skills available currently for us, but we'll also have to choose wisely which one is needed for me. So that's where the first step comes into the picture. So once we have that clarity, saying that hey, this is where I have to go ahead with acquiring the skill sets. The second thing is that comes into the picture is, I think, on the job training. I think uh, the previous speaker was also speaking about the on the job training and its importance. So operating a machinery is one of the example of on the job training. So and a live project. So whenever we I mean tell a I mean give a knowledge to a person talking about what machinery is all about, how to operate a machinery, or maybe how to do a programming, unless and until the person goes and writes a code by himself, they'll not be able to understand the entire context of it unless they hit the enter button, right? So that's on the job training. So we typically have these, like in industries, we first try to understand what's the clarity of thought and what they want to achieve or acquire or skill sets on. And then when second thing is, we'll try to demonstrate them what exactly on the job training. Will put them on the job training, and they will try to understand how the operation goes through and any live projects as such. Okay. The third thing is off the job training. So off the job training is nothing but a classroom training. Classroom training is nothing but a typical classroom setup where it's also called as instructor-led training. So instructor-led training is something that is that there's one instructor who guides individuals, and it's not necessarily that it's a practical approach. It may be a theoretical approach. So that's off the job training, which is similar to the classroom training or the instructor-led training as well. So these are various, I mean, skill acquisitions that we have. One can also understand how they acquire skills. They also can acquire it by experience as well, right? Maybe they would have done something incorrect. They would have acquired that knowledge and applied correctly next time, or maybe they would have learned it from someone else also. If the person has done incorrect, they would have understood from him, hey, this is not something which can be helpful for me, so let me change my particular skill set or the way I do. So currently, I think the top 10 soft skills, I mean, again, it's not limited to, I would say. Again, it depends on the industry and what they are into. But these are, on a generic sense, um, these are something that we usually like to have. One is a time management side. We always often have a different thinking about time management, right? So time management is not something where a person logs in time or logs out of the institute or maybe industry in time. No, it's not that only limited to that. It can also be where an employee can deliver the deliverables within the given time frame. We call it a deadline usually in the general layman terms, right? So deadline is something where you're able to deliver your service level agreements. So we also call it as SLAs. So service level agreements. Let's say, for example, on your context, so I want to deliver this particular syllabus in a matter of 3 months. So if I'm able to deliver it within 3 months, so my time management purpose of my time management has been solved. If not, it's not solved. So that's how time management comes into the picture. Communication is something that we will discuss in detail. That's a huge I think barrier that I would see coming from last close to 9 years of experience where I've interacted with a lot of students, how they will have to go along with their communication skills. It's a lot of things involved in that. We will discuss that separately in our next slides, even though adaptability as well. Problem solving techniques, I was talking about the same, where walking into a room and just saying, just agreeing to what the decision was made may not help others, but giving them a solution. So we usually have this tendency where we talk about problems, right? So we usually talk about problems. Hey, this is where the problem is. But people always in industry, they talk about give me solutions to that, not only problems, right? So you can suggest a solution saying that, hey, my problem is I'm unable to generate this particular output or generate this code, or maybe not able to get this particular type of product output which I would require. And we also can say that, okay, if I'm given training on so and so, I may be better in delivering the output. So that is where a difference comes in. I have seen a lot of employees talking only about the problems, but the only few employees, I would say like 10% of them, also talk about how to solve them. Also, they say, hey, this is one side we have a problem. On the other side, we also say, hey, this is how we can solve it by doing so and so things. So that's where the problem solving technique come into the picture. Teamwork, as we all know, it is applicable in each and every scenario. Teamwork is an important factor to be able to work in a team and be able to deliver the project in time. So there are instances where one of the employees, or maybe there's a lot of work would have been put on one particular individual, while others would have been working on a normal or a general way, where the teamwork does not solve the purpose there, right? So that's where teamwork is an important factor. And these all things, I'll tell you, all these 10 soft skills have to be showcased by an individual during the interview, right? So whatever you've learned, all the knowledge, all the employees have learned, sorry, or the students would have learned the knowledge, they would be able to, um, I mean, uh, sell that out, sell whatever knowledge they have in the interview or a face-to-face interview, or whatever interview process that takes place, maybe in an hour or so, or maybe in a day or so. So all these things will come into, again, tie back to the communication skills, how I'm able to solve a problem. Maybe I can give an example for a problem solving technique which I've done in my college days. So that's all, encompasses all of these. Again, creativity, no doubt creativity is something where, we used to talk about hard work. I think 10 years back we used to talk about hard work. We also spoke about smart work, and creativity is something where, which can be reducing a lot of steps, right? Reducing, I would say, we call it as noise, reducing noise, and I mean, standardize it to so many, so much, so many steps that it's easy to go ahead and achieve it. So that's where the creativity comes into the picture. It doesn't mean that I'll have to be very crafty in nature, saying that okay, I'll have to be having, I mean, drawing skills and all those stuff. No, not necessarily. Along with that, your brain should work in a way that okay, how can we solve this particular problem in a better way? So this particular, all these things can be, I mean, educated to the students as well, saying that this is what they can start nourishing and developing in the bud itself. So again, interpersonal skills, we will discuss that in the next few slides. Work ethic is something which is less talked about, honestly speaking, but it's very, very important. So work ethic is something, let's say, for example, with the work from home, we know it's very difficult to, we usually don't do that, but micromanagement, but managing things would be difficult, because we know for a fact if they are in the physical setup or physical employment setup, we know for a fact that okay, they are working on those deliverables that we had asked them to. But in work from home setup, we usually don't get to. So as an employee, it's my uh, ethical behavior where I have to go and work, irrespective whether someone is seeing me or not, right? So that's where the work ethic comes into the picture. Again, these are not quantifiable, but is a very, very important. And attention to details. So I would say a lot of attention to details would be put into where, like, let's say we have a document of 10 pages, and probably there's a one particular incorrect statement that would have been put. So that's where attention to details come into the picture, where each and every single word are to be checked and rectified. I think I would give an example about a Tata car, where whenever you open the cooled glove box, you can see uh, what do you call, picture of an elephant. So that's where the attention to details come into the pictures, as small and minute details to be taken into account. So as I was talking about communication skills, so we will discuss this little detail, because I've seen there's a lot of gap between what communication skills that probably experts expect and what currently they are. So whenever we hear about communication skills, is I think the common factor that we see here is we think communication is nothing but uh, talking or oral presentation, or oral, or maybe verbal, I would say, right? So um, oral is one part of it. Again, we see written and non-verbal. We'll discuss that as well. So oral is nothing but your presentations. What I'm currently doing is nothing but a part of the communication, right? Oral, right? I'm presenting myself, maybe through my language. What it may be, any language, right? Irrespective, that's a medium, right? Languages itself is a medium, not entirely the communication skill itself. So this is one of the very, very important topic where uh, I think most of the students have to polish themselves in and ensure that industry ready. Industry ready does not mean that okay, they should have flashy language. No, at least they should be able to what do you call, able to deliver what they know, right? So let's say they have developed a code tomorrow, they should be able to deliver it in front of the team members first, in front of their clients if possible, and all those things. So that is where oral presentation comes into the picture. So, and also audience awareness. So I should also be aware of who my audience is. And if I talk about anything which I'm not able to relate to the audience currently, so that is where my entire oral presentation will go for a toss. So again, critical listening. So listening is also a very effective way of communication, because unless you know what the person would really want you to, for example, I'll come back to the same example where what do you call a salesperson is at your doorstep and they start pitching a product of a phone, right? You already have two phones with you and you would not need that. What the other person should do, the salesperson should do, is should understand what you require in the first place. That's where critical listening is important. So they should understand, okay, what do you want? Okay. For a student, I'll tell you, for a student, the person may have technical skills, they may have soft skills. It's let's say, assume that it's a basket of fruits. I have apple in it, I have oranges in it, I have pear in it. I should understand what the interviewer wants from me, right? I can say, hey, if you want apple, I have an apple. If you want grapes, I have grapes. If you want a fruit salad, I'll make a fruit salad for you. That's where critical listening comes to the picture and trying to understand comes to the picture. Unless just saying whatever you know will not make sense, right? Can we go back to the previous slide? Sorry, I have to cover the other 2 pointers.
Prashant, sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt.
I think I'm not. That was intentional. Can you go back to the previous slide? The reason I did that was,
Previous slide.
yes.
Yeah, please go to previous slide. Is this okay?
No, no, no. The next one,
Next,
the communication one.
communication.
Yeah. So I think I was I was not audible for the first 10 seconds, right? But uh, correct, I was not audible, right?
Yes, you were not audible.
Okay, that was intentional. The reason being, I was trying to depict what a non-verbal communication is all about. Even though I'm not able to speak or maybe not audible, I was trying to communicate using my hands or maybe my eye contact or maybe the way my posture, right? And all those things. So that's something which is called as a non-verbal communication. Apologies, I that was intentional. So just want to depict how exactly a non-verbal communication works. It's a body language, right? So even if I don't speak, my body language speaks, right? So that's all about non-verbal, because typically, as I said, like it's a very common misunderstanding in terms of student community that communication is not with language, nothing else. No, it's not like that. So, and also the third important part is written. So this is also very kind of a very neglected topic. I know, I think most of you are doctorates, and you know, like how to write a lot of what do you call papers, research papers, and thesis and all those stuff. So written communication is very important as well, because during your during the professional career, from the industry standpoint, there's a lot of expectations that people may also write the business review documents. We call it as BRDs. We also talk about what do you call, whenever you have an idea, the first thing and foremost thing uh, they will ask you is, just send me an email on that or maybe a draft copy of it, right? So that's where written communication comes to the picture. I think it's my humble request for everyone to go back and probably when you have time, go back and talk to students, saying that communication skills will not only be oral, right? They'll have to be all part of it. So it should be non-verbal as well as written. How well they are writing their, um, I know in interviews they will not be able to. I mean, they will not be given any writing skills. However, when they get into industry, they will be asked to write for drafts or maybe one-page documents or BRDs, as I was mentioning, and critical reading and presentation of data. Okay, sorry. Thank you. And we can move to the next one now. Yeah. So coming back to the written communication. So I have, I mean, I usually follow these uh, models whenever I write something, right? So usually when we ask someone to write a draft, so they'll not be able to understand what exactly they should be starting with. This is applicable for everyone. Basically, whenever we write, irrespective of maybe a research paper or a draft or whatever it is. So what we start with, right? I cannot directly go and tell I achieved this much result in my particular experiment, right? I'll have to first start with why did I even take this experiment, right? Situation or task, right? And how did I, then comes action, then come results, right? Situation is something why I did this, right? I have seen a lot of CVs or resumes from students where they talk about their what do you call their academic projects, but the way they would have when I ask them to explain, they will be able to explain it in a way, but the way they would have written it, I did this project, so and so, so and so, only the details of it. But when I ask them like why you did this project, it's something when they start, uh, I mean, producing it. So it's very important and imperative that we'll have to understand a particular format has to be followed. Even in while you speak, if I speak something about my project, I'll have to first start why did I take this project, why a situation. Then behavior is something is very important, which is the model followed, right? I use this model, and so and so. I worked with so many of my colleagues, and so and so. Then what was the outcome? Outcome, some most of the times it may have an outcome, sometimes we may also not have an outcome as well, because it may be ongoing, or it might have been failed also. Doesn't mean that okay, we should not talk about it. Yes, we should talk about it, but we'll have to follow a particular set of format where we talk about star or SPI model to give out. This is also kind of a skill set where it's a written skill set where individuals have to follow. So it's not limited to only these particular models, but they can follow anything, but it can be a little more structured in nature. So that's about the models of writing. We can move to the next slide. Yeah, this is, I think, again, a very important skill, I would say. Uh, we I mean, we talk about big data, right? So whenever we search on a search engine, and when we come to some website, or maybe on the other way around also, we kind of get those advertisements there as well. That's where big data comes into the picture, right? So big data, with big data, there's a lot of tons and tons of data which is easily available to us. I would like to take you to like 10 years back, maybe kind of a flash, where I think back in the days when we started using our mobile phones, we used to go to a retail store to get our recharges done, right? So can anyone tell me what is the first thing the recharge guy used to ask you? Your mobile number? And they used to write it in a notebook. How many of you have observed this, right? So why they actually write it in a notebook, right? So they would have actually taken it on their mobile phones and they've recharged it. So when they write it in a notebook, that's where the data is getting saved, right? So now these days when we recharge our mobiles or whatever, we enter anything on the internet, or whenever give our mobiles or email IDs, we start getting advertisement emails. That's where the big data comes to the picture, right? So data is something which can also be what you call sold to people. I have seen instances where one of my friend company was, I mean, it's a small company where they used to take these numbers and they used to send messages to those individuals if they require any training or any of that sort. So that also happens. That was back in the days. Now I think with technology, with a lot of new things, usage of data is something that it's very important, and employees are feeling it difficult to handle the data these days. It's readily available. If you hit skill sets, you will get like a number of presentations and number of documents. But which one to take, which one not to take, how much should I concise is something that is an important skill set to have as well. So how to classify and declassify data, information available, um, and how to make the best use of the available data that we have. So, for example, for any of the, let's say, strength of materials, one of the topic, or maybe field theory, I would say. So we have like hundreds of textbooks for that. So which one to use and how much to use for my particular information is something that I can learn field theory for the entire of my life, but is it necessary? No. So that's where the information handling data skills come into the picture for individuals. So again, outcome is dependent on the requirement. If I say I want to write a thesis on it, my data, the consumption of data would become something else. If I just want to write one page of draft on it, my consumption of data would be something else. So that's where you'll have to limit yourself. I have personally have experienced this a lot of times where I do not know where to stop, and I have to tell, okay, this is where, what's the requirement for me currently? Is it like a one page or a bigger document that we have to make? That's where I have to stop. So that's also an important skill set that uh, should have. So again, third would be the interpersonal skills, how adaptable you are. Um, Honestly speaking, I would want to give my own example where when I joined the industry, so I did not work for one particular team for more than, I think, 90 days. So I was continuously being asked to move to different teams. That's where the adaptability comes into the picture, right? So adaptability is something where, hey, if I'm asked to do something else, if I move to a different team altogether, am I be able to go there and adapt? Is something that is adaptability. That's where this is one of the important factor that we track as part of the hiring process as well. Negotiation is something that uh, let's say we deal with multiple people during industries. Let's say with the same example that I would give, for the FTP program that's been arranged by STMCT, there multiple people are involved in that. So maybe some people would have different ideas, some people would have comparatively different ideas. So how do we negotiate ourselves and come to a common ground where we can exchange ideas and make it a short success? Similar to that in the industry also, we have to be negotiating skills. Saying that, hey, one team would say, hey, we're not able to do that. Other team says we should be able to do that. That's where negotiation skills come into the picture, and they are very important. Conflict resolution, again, but to be honest, conflict resolution is something that for initial employees we would not expect that to have, but going forward they will be able to resolve conflict inside the team. I'll cover that when I share my own experience uh, with the conflict resolution. So communication skills is something that we have already discussed. Conflict management, persuasion skills. So how do we persuade ourselves? It's like just like a follow up, right? So that's where the persuasion skills come into the picture. Affirmation. So there's a very thin line between being what you call hard on something or being affirmative, right? There's a very thin line between that. So you have to be very assertive in nature, right? It should not be kind of I mean, whenever you're putting your points across, you should be assertive. On the same line, you should be always also ensure that everything is taken into account. It should not be like, hey, has to be done. Yes, this has to be done, but you'll have to be very affirmative in while you speak. Again, team building and self-awareness. Team building, again, these are skill sets that we expect a people manager to have whenever it's not for a employee which who joins as an individual contributor. As I said, like I'll have a comparison between how one can develop their skill sets within the industry and before they join the industry. That's we will compare both of them. And self-awareness is something that is expected as we are aware of ourselves. What are my strengths? What are my skills? I think the previous speaker was also speaking about the introduction part. Whenever we are unsure about our own self, we are not aware of our own self, how we are able to introduce ourselves, right? That's where the self-awareness comes into the picture. What I am, where my strengths lie, what are my areas of improvement or development, and how I'm working on that. So these all things come as interpersonal skills. So again, it's not related to only industry employees. As an employee of an education institute, this also will come in very handy for all of you to understand which where I'm good at. How many, if I'm not good at, how I'm working on that. I mean, if I'm good at, how am I polishing it on that. So all these pointers will apply to each one of us, irrespective of what profession we are currently in. So we can move to the next one. Yeah. I think this is one of the interesting factor I have seen in individuals. We never talk about unlearning ability, right? So we only talk about learn and grow, train ourselves. We often talk about unlearning, right? So I I am currently in an industry where it's very dynamic in nature, right? Today, I would say 1 plus 2 equal to 3. However, tomorrow, my entire context might change. 1 plus 2 equal to 13. It may happen so, right? That's where my unlearning ability comes into the picture. So if you can see the picture here, they try to, dump the things that they've already learned out of their mind to acquire more knowledge, right? So if I would have, with the change in technology, I would have learned that okay, something meets the criteria, but tomorrow it may be completely different. As for example, syllabus, right? So today the syllabus would be something else. Maybe next year syllabus would have completely changed. So there might be a change in fluctuations. As professors, what we have to also do is to understand and unlearn ourselves, saying hey, that last year this was a concept. However, this is not the concept right now. Let me throw that out of my mind and probably re-inculcate myself with a fresh set of knowledge. So unlearning ability or ability to unlearn is a very important thing, which I have found in very less individuals, to be honest, and they want to talk about unlearning ability because industry is quite dynamic. Technology changes happen by every minute. I think few years back we used to rely on websites, right? So we used to have a lot of websites, and website development was in boom. If you ask today, I know the traffic to websites is somewhere around 40, but again, the app website is something is about 60%, if it's total sales, you would say. So they're going into app-based model. That's where the technology comes to change. That's where they'll have to be very dynamic in nature. And again, cannot afford to be too rigid, saying that, okay, this is what I've learned 20 years back, and I will still be happy with whatever I am. No, that does not work. Irrespective of what, again, as which situation you're in, it also helps in your personal development where you cannot be rigid and open to learning. And again, standard operating procedures are something which we call as SOPs. SOPs are used across industry and everything. So there's a lot of changes that are happening to standard operating procedures on a daily basis. That's where the unlearning ability um, comes into the picture. So yeah, can we move to the next slide? Yeah. Uh, Adaptability, yes, this is something that I think I'm more. I mean, have it witnessed this more often than not. So adaptability is where I understood that there are a lot of changes that are happening on a daily basis. I know from the I think professional environment or education environment, it may not be, but in a industry standard, there are a lot of changes that are happening on a regular basis. To be honest, with my team itself, every Monday there will be a new change, and sometimes every single day when you open your laptop, whatever you would have learned yesterday would be a completely different model today, right? So that's where change management comes to the picture. Change management is something which is a very huge topic in itself, where we have to manage changes effectively. It also boils down to the communication bit. For example, let's say uh, today we after this COVID thing, there's a lot of everything moved to what do you call the online model, right? So it, 2 to 3 years back, we would be all in the same room discussing this, but with the changes that have happened, we are all like we don't know like miles away, but we are still connected with the technology, right? That's where the change comes to the picture. When change comes to the picture, we will have to learn, right? Maybe I'm not aligned to the technology, I may not know how to use uh, Google Meet or whatever it is, but if there's a need for that, I'll have to go back and learn it. That's where the change comes into the picture, and you'll have to manage those changes effectively, right? And it is not a one day game. It's always improving and always changing. Whatever technology that we have today may not be the same tomorrow. That's where the change of goalposts come into the picture, right? So we often refer that to industry standards. Change of goalposts. We would have seen the what do you call? Assume that we have seen what do you call a football ground, and we know there are two different goalposts on each end of it. But if I'm taking the ball towards one of the goalpost, and suddenly I see there's no goalpost here, and the goalpost has been changed to west direction. So that's where adaptability comes into the picture. That's where I'll have to reroute myself to take my football to the next goal post. That's where the adaptability comes into the picture. This will happen in industry very often. A lot of changes happening to goals basis the inputs from uh, what do you call vendors, maybe from the people who have invested in your business and all those things. So again, on the similar lines, changes in teams, right? The business requirements or changes in teams as well is something that you can be adaptable to. And also, again, as I said, like can relate it to the change in the academic syllabus to whatever audience that we have currently. So maybe my academic syllabus would have changed the next year. That's where I should be adapting myself to and see what are the changes that I should be making in my own skill sets to be able to deliver that to the students. That's where the adaptability comes into the picture. So we talk about communication, we talk about the usage of information, we talk about adaptability, and a lot of cognitive thinking. So these are few things. I know there's a lot of subcategories to it, but these are main core pointers where we look at from the employee perspective is what we may have. Because see, honestly speaking, the interview might go for 30 minutes to 1 hour. So you'll have to judge a person in 1 hour with whatever knowledge they would have acquired in the last 20-25 years. It would be very difficult. And that person would have whatever knowledge they would have acquired for last 25 years, they should be able to depict that in a matter of 30 minutes to 1 hour is a very difficult thing again. So that's why you have to be very consistent on these aspects about communication, adaptability, and usage of things. I feel these are the few important aspects. So we can move to the next slide. Yeah. So whenever we talk about skill development, right? So irrespective of whatever it is, so how we can develop a skill and what is the life cycle of it, right? So when I was trying to, put this PowerPoint presentation in place, I was just trying to see also, okay, I know we have a skill development, but do we know like where it starts and where it ends? So first it starts with, is there a need for me to acquire this skill, right? As I said, like I do not know anything about honestly, I don't have never used Google Meets because we have our own internal resources. So my first thing is, what's the need for me to acquire skills? The need for me to acquire the skill is because I was going to present. So that's my need. And changes circumstances, as I said, like technology, individual learning, or career prospects, right? So as I think few of you would have already had your doctorate degrees achieved. So before achieving doctorate degree, I've understood, okay, what is the need for me to acquire a doctorate for my particular uh, professional enhancement or expertise or maybe career prospects. So that's where my need of skill comes to the picture. Second is gap analysis. So skills gap analysis, we call it something, or in industry standards, working backwards. Working backwards is something, let's say I have an FTP program on 9th of March. So I will backtrack myself saying that, hey, let me backtrack and see what are the different aspects I could work on and how much time I need. So I backtrack myself and come back to February 9th and see, hey, I may need 1 month for me to assess myself. So that's something called as working backwards or forecasting. So identify the existing skill gap by forecasting. So I may not have this skill set to presentation. So maybe my presentation is on 9th. Let me go back and start working from 9th of Feb, so that I have at least 1 month to go back and uh, understand and fill that gap. That is most important. So again, skills required for career growth or aspirations. So that's the skill gap analysis that we usually do in industries where we typically focus. I'm in that role where we see whether my employees, let's say we have a technology that is launching in the next 2 months. I will say whether my employees have that expertise. If not, I'll get them training. If not, I'll get them accesses to all those tools before the launch of it. That's where the skill gap analysis is, and I'll bridge that gap. That's an important life cycle, a part of a life cycle of a skill development activity. And again, a training and skill acquisition is something which happens. It may be, as I called out earlier, it may be on the job training, it may be off the job training. it may be cognitive training, it can be anything, but that's where the acquire skill acquisition happens. And again, upskilling is always required. Let's say, for example, I have a particular programming language that I've learned today. Maybe the language is updated tomorrow, right? So I have to upskill myself to ensure that, okay, uh, I know PowerPoint presentation 2006, but I do not know what is 2010 PPT looks like. So what are the changes that I can see? So I'll upskill myself to be able to learn a PowerPoint presentation from 2006 to 2010. That's where the upskilling comes into the picture, right? So we also have upskilling, we have cross skilling, we have reskilling. So these are the skills that we usually talk in the industry. Upskilling, as I said, cross skilling is something where I'm a mechanical faculty. I may have to learn something from the electronics, I mean, basics of electronics. I go back and work. I learn the electronic subject, which is nothing but a cross skill. So you are in the same field, but I mean, a different field, but in the same line. So that's where the cross skill comes into the picture. And reskill is something where we redo the entire thing, relearn the entire context of it from scratch. That's where the reskilling happens. So these are the three things that we typically use in industry as part of the activity. So what are the training methods or skill development techniques that we use? So in industry, honestly speaking, the instructor-led training is going off now. It's more to do with e-learning, so where there's a content creation being happening. So you would have seen, I think a lot of things were on YouTube as well, where they create a content and put it on YouTube, and probably we go and learn that. That's also one of the possibility where we develop models like LMS. LMS nothing but a learning management system. So learning management system will help us to understand the concept. If there's any questions or clarity, we will still go back and I mean, reach out to the individuals. But I think LMS is something that is currently taking a lot of interest by employers to ensure that everything is learned in one particular model, right? In-app training, as you know that it's a in application training, instructor-led training is something that you are all aware of, and you do it on a day in day out basis. So we train them on with an instructor there, saying that, hey, this is what we have to go through after the assessment of training required, so the skill development. So heads up displays is something where we have, let's say, for example, I have a working model, and on above my head I have a display, right? So where, okay, this will be displaying about what are the skills that I should be learning, like one after the other. So probably it will be continuously running, and probably whenever I'm free, I can just take a look at it, saying that, hey, okay, I learned this particular model, and probably after, when I'm free, I'm fine to go back and relook at that. So that's where the HUD or the heads up displays talk about. And we also talk about AR and the VR, which I think you are more aware than me, augmented reality and the virtual reality. I know there's kind of developing models, but still, I think I would still say LMS is something that's been used in industries for skill development. So that note, we can go to the next slide. Oh yeah, would say that when I was thinking to present this particular topic, the first thing that came into my head was, let me divide this into three particular categories, right? So three particular categories, out of which one would be pre-selection. If I look at industry standards, and if I look at skill set standards, I would say pre-selection would be one thing. During selection, what I should be doing, and post-selection, what I should be doing, right? So pre-selection is something where is a professional education where I have my technical expertise, right? So I learned, I mean, if you look at it, 1/3 of the things are already been done by you all, which is teachers, which is a fantastic thing to say, right? 1/3 of the thing is already been done by you. It's just that polishing is required, which would take some effort and time. But I think that would be more appropriate to say that, okay, the hard skills have already been learned, on the soft skills have to be polished a little. So pre-selection is something where, as I say, I'll come back to the professional education, where we have technical expertise. I was talking about this earlier. If teachers do not teach about programming language, then I mean, I don't think any industry will even hire them, because that's where I think most part of the work would have already been done. So that's a base. So technical expertise would have been already been inculcated by you all. That's where the pre-selection or the professional education comes into the picture, and how important role you all are playing in terms of what do you call polishing, and also making sure that the an individual is employable, irrespective of what they want to do. They also kind of uh, what do you call yeah. So I'll come back to the cognitive thinking at the end. Yeah. So we'll see how exactly we are trying to see from the technical background. So apart from that, I think on the problem solving skills as well, right? So um, we all talk about one particular base. Again, I'm taking the programming language because I'm not great at that, honestly speaking. So would have learned one base programming language, but I think one example that I would give is we know how to cook rice, but they may ask us to cook a biryani in a different flavor, right? So that's where problem solving skills come to the picture. Not everything would be taught here, but they should be able to make changes and ensure that the end result has come. So that's where the problem solving comes into the picture. And cognitive thinking, like information processing, I think with the question that we have. So memory is something that's very cognitive in nature. IP or information processing or multitasking is something where we have a lot of engineering students, I would say, multitasking, right? So let's say, for example, I have 10 different tasks to be completed today, right? For as an engineering student, let's say I have assignment to make, I have a presentation to prepare, I have a class to attend, and all those things. So whenever we have that, we know our mind goes haywire. So because we are like, our cognitive thinking allows us to do all these multitasking. However, maybe one suggestion I would have here is always have what do you call, a structure to it, right? We typically divide that into four different quadrants, where we talk about important, uh, important, not important, right? And we also talk about uh, how, I mean, is it really required currently or not required? So let's say, for example, I have a class to attend at 9 a.m. and I have a presentation to make at 12. So my class to attend at 9 a.m. comes first, my presentation comes second, right? But if I have both together, right? So how do I multitask? Right? That's where you'll have to be very cognizant about, I mean, cognizant about what I'm trying to understand. Multitasking, sometimes we ourselves do, we try to attend two different meetings, or try to attend a meeting and also reply to an email. That's where multitasking comes to the picture. So with engineering students, I think they always are part of this setup where they're good in numbers, to be honest with you. So they're good in numbers. They, I think, with when they are good in numbers, I think multitasking, the cognitive thinking really works well there, and the multitasking really helps them in processing information. And also, it also talks about, and one more facet to that would be, when I'm speaking, I'm also thinking at the back of my mind. That's also multitasking I'm doing, right? So if I'm talking right now, I'm also thinking what to say next, is my multitasking. So that's where my cognitive memory, thinking, and information process come to the picture. And also when we relate that to engineering students, I think that is where they should polish themselves to ensure that there to be more, I would say, there should be more structured in order to be multitasking or processing information. So I was just seeing one of the pics where if your mind is cluttered, that's where unlearning comes also into the picture. If the mind is cluttered, you'll not be able to process information. You'll have to be ensure that, okay, this is where I'm focusing currently. Then you're able to process that information. Yeah. Coming to the second one, one was pre-selection. I think I was talking about the role you all play. Second was the selection, where interview process comes to the picture. So we typically have not 4 rounds, but it again depends on industry to industry. but these are generic that I can say. The pre-screening happens where they see your resume or a profile, resume or profile, where they see whether it fits the standards, not standards, but fits the whatever requirement that they have or not. So if they are looking for a business analyst or a programming, maybe if I've done my master's in arts or bachelor in arts, maybe I'm not fit. That's where the screening happens first, right? And there's a lot of work to be done in resume. I know that a lot of people are involved in what do you call the training activities as well. So I think the resume process is something where it it is something that we are not so sure about what to put in there, and we are not so sure about what not to put in. So it may be a lot of information as well. Sometimes I feel that a lot of information which is not supposed to be there, it's already there. So that's also a possibility. And whenever I see skills, right, they see a lot of skills where they will have to be very sure, right? So when I say skills, I say programming language, C++. If I say see the resume and I say someone has written C or C++, I may ask any questions on that, right? So if I tell them I have done my CATIA 2.0, I mean, I know for a fact that, okay, this person is very specific. He or she only knows about CATIA 2.0, so my questions are limited there. So that's where the resume writing and profile screening would come into the picture. I know it's a very different topic in itself, but I think that's where we can go back and educate our students to ensure that they're able to write their resumes in an appropriate way. The screening round is where a first round happens. We also call it as a cold screening round, where we talk to the individual and see whether they are fit. Just ask their introduction and stuff. So that's where the selection process comes to. This is where the communication actually comes into the play, how verbal communication as well as your non-verbal communication. So that's where they talk about the introduction, what they are and why are they here for, and all those things. Third would be the group discussions. As you all are aware, it happens again, depends on industry to industry. To be honest, I have never been part of group discussions till now. So it again depends on how many individuals would have applied for. It depends on the group discussion. So face-to-face interview process is a very, very, very important. I would have taken more than 1,000 interviews now, irrespective whether it may be direct hiring or indirect hiring, or maybe also a mock interview as well. Yeah, so face-to-face interview is something where, sorry, I'll take those questions at the end. Don't mind. So once we complete that, we'll start discussing that. So face-to-face interview process is something where you talk. I mean, as I said, like your 25 years of knowledge is being conveyed in one particular hour, and doesn't mean that, okay, you fail in a particular interview doesn't mean that it's the end of the world. Maybe your skill sets may not match the industry expectation, right? Maybe they wanted apple, and maybe you have a different fruit with you. So that's also a mismatch of interview. I've also seen instances where a person would have been interviewed for a lower profile, but they have been hired for a different profile higher than that, depending on what skill sets they possess also. So that's also have happened in whatever experience that I have. So face-to-face interviews are an important aspect. I think with whatever expertise that you all have, you can go back and talk to the students about how they can prepare for face-to-face interviews, what they should be talking about, what they should not be talking about. They should not be kind of beating around the bush and trying to be more concise or precise to the point, and not talk less. Also, there are a lot of things attached to that. Again, this is the interview process that I was talking about. This is where again all these skill sets come into the picture, which we spoke about earlier from the industry perspective. So the last one will be the post selection. So we can move to the next slide. Yeah. All right. So the post selection is nothing but the skill development. Again, the skill development does not end with the career at hand. It actually starts there, right? So career development, we have something called as internal job postings. We have vertical movements. We have horizontal movements. So your skill set will not end. Say, I got a job today. and my skill will not end here. Similar to people who are in the academic background as well. So I got into STM, CTD, or any of the I mean class sorry industries today. It will not end there. It actually starts from where. Yeah, I'll come back to those. I think I have a last slide. Can we move to the next one? Yeah, this I'll kind of brief it because it's more to do with how we as in industry from industry expertise manage skill set of employees. We have something, you all understand what is a quartile, right? So 25% of the top, 25% of the top, so the bottom. So top is something but the TQM, top quartile management, and bottom is a bottom quartile management. So top quartile, you can see the orient towards growth. In your class, there are a lot of people who are very good at studies. There are people who are not good at studies. You cannot deal the same way. Maybe the people who are good at studies, you may think about asking them to learn more things, while people who are not good at studies, you may ask them to, I mean, focus on the domain expertise, trying to learn whatever things that they have currently. So similar to that, we also have skill sets tagged to them. We have internal applications where we track it on a regular basis and ensure that that's been completed. So can move to the next one. Next slide. Yeah. So my experience, I'll just take a minute or so, and then we'll come back to the questions. So my experience as an individual contributor to a people manager, I joined as an individual contributor, and my skill set were completely different. I had to redevelop myself to be ensure that, okay, I crack a people manager, where I think conflict resolution comes to the picture, right? I developed myself to maybe ensure that, okay, if I have to move from one particular expertise like an where individual contributes something, but I will have only a manager where I will be given a laptop, I'll be working. But in the people manager role, I have to manage a set of 10-15 individuals. That's where conflict resolution, managing leadership and all comes to the picture, and that's been developed over a period of time. So as I said, like I was moved toward different teams. So whenever used to move to a different teams, I never complained saying that, hey, that's why there's so much change. But I learned a lot of things in every team, and during my interview, I was able to convey what I learned, even though when I was so inconsistent to be moved to different teams. I was not English, but I was moved to different teams. It was so inconsistent, but I was able to manage myself and also able to help people around. That's where I was able to develop my people manager skill sets. So I think that's all about kind of my experience. I think a quick quote here: "The future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in a creative ways together." So yeah, thank you all for attending the session. So we can move to questions.
Thank you, Prashant. It was a very informative talk. So we have a few questions from the participants. I'll just read through it one by one. We have a question from Professor Chanaka Madam. Sir, what kind of cognitive thinking that are required for engineering students? I think you already addressed it. If you can
Yes,
throw
I
some
did.
more
I
light
did.
onto
Yeah.
it would enlighten us.
Yeah, so cognitive is nothing but, as I said, like it's more to do with how quickly you're able to process information with whatever you have, right? So you also have to train your mind to do that. As I said, like with a technical education that we already have, they are already dealing in numbers, and becomes very imperative for them to, I mean, uh, think a lot and process that information. So coming back to the question, so cognitive thinking is already embedded in them. I think the only thing they'll have to do is how they they can plan and what do you call, I would say, structure themselves to ensure that that's being done. Right, doing everything at a time is a difficult job, but they'll have to be more structured doing that.
Okay, thank you, sir. We have one more question from Professor Prashant Revankar, sir. The question goes like this. In line with medical education that has a compulsory internship in hospital, does it help engineering education to adopt a similar strategy to provide on-site training as a part of graduation?
It's a very, very good point, I would say. So very good question. Thank you, sir. So I think it's very important. that I know most of the students are already done, or they, I think even the institutes are encouraging people to go back and join as an intern, as an internship, as part of it already. So it's, I think it's already part of few curriculums where uh, during the summer holidays, I think if I remember, when I was doing my engineering, I had to do that in the fifth semester. When I was in my master's in business administration, I did that in the third semester, where I went to industry and learned whatever I wanted to do. But yes, it has to be more, what do you call, sometimes it's not compulsory, but if it's compulsory, it's done compulsory. And also that it should be, I think it's tagged, it should be tagged with the industry also, because not everyone will get that opportunity to do an internship. That is a very good thing. It does help engineering education to adopt yeah, I mean, similar strategy as in case of hospitals. Yes, on-site training is really important, because they, once they come back, I have seen individuals once they come back attending the on interviews, sorry, the on internship, they are a completely different individuals. Their thinking would change completely. So yes, I agree on doing that. It definitely helps.
Yeah, Prashant, I have a extended question on it.
Mhm.
Like, we do agree that internship is very much required, but the problem is the availability.
Yes, yes.
So we always, as a teachers, we strive hard to get the internship for our students. Most of the time we fail, or either, it becomes like, now people are getting internship in the name of, I mean, training in the name of internship. It's actually a training or a workshop, but they call it as internship. That's how it is going on. So if there is ample amount of availability from, I mean, the industry side, I think we can togetherly achieve this, industry as well as institutes.
Absolutely. And also, I think I have seen industries where probably I do go for an internship. There are, I mean, small scale industries. I have faced this myself, where they say, um, okay, you just come here and we will write, I mean, whatever you want, just take it in one day and do not come the next day. So that also happens. But I think even at times as students, we say, okay, it's good that we don't have to go on a daily basis to learn, unless we really understand that importance. But yes, there is definitely a gap between, uh, I mean, what we want from the industry and the availability of internships. Yes, definitely. But if you look at last at least 5-10 years, it has increased in a way, but still a long way to go. I agree to your point, Shrikant.
Yeah, thank you. So we have a question from Professor Kutresh Murali, sir. In industry, which is more valued, hard skill or soft skill?
Again, it depends on which role you're getting into. If I get into an engineering specific role, let me be honest, my hard skill is more valued. But if soft skill is something like a gate for me, right? If I do not enter the gate, I will not reach the building. So at least the basics of soft skill would really help. But if I'm an individual contributor, uh, as I said, like there's a lot of difference between how an individual contributor works and a manager or a people manager works. That's maybe a team lead, or maybe whatever roles they are. As an individual contributor, if I'm very good at my coding skills, wonderful. Your hard skills are really important. But at least to get into that, I would say minimal soft skills are important, because I have seen people where they would have developed wonderful ideas, because I deal with my technical teams. They would have developed wonderful ideas, but they're not able to express themselves in a way they want to. There lies a gap. But yes, I would still say 60% hard skills and 40% soft skills, depending on where you are and what role you want to get into.
Okay. So we have a question from Professor Preeti Bellarimat, madam. How augmented reality and virtual reality are used in skill development at industry?
Well, we all have seen we have all have seen movies, right? So we would also have seen movies uh, which is three-dimensional nature, right? Whenever we have that VR set and we feel okay, we are right in that, right? It's a learning capability where probably your cognitive thinking might come back here and understand, okay, whatever I learned from AR or VR might be more imprinted in my brain than what I learned maybe in a classroom training, or maybe instructor training, or maybe in a on the job training. So again, we remember the three-dimensional pictures more than a two-dimensional ones. So that's where the I mean, it really helps in AR and the VR space, which are used in skill development. Again, it's not widely used, but I think we are slowly moving there to understand how we can use it. Again, it depends on what is the usage. If it's a small training, you don't need to use a VR, right? So if it's a very, I mean, complex training, so we'll definitely need VR and also examples, so that that will be more imprinted in whatever we learn.
Okay, Prashant. Uh, we have one more question from Dr. Navalgun sir. Do you want to propose any measures with which the industry academia gap can be minimized? Of course, except internships.
Yeah, I think that's a fair ask, right? So most often than not, I think there's a huge gap between, unless there's a hiring activity, there's a huge gap between industry academic gap bridge. But I think whatever you have done today, right? This can be one of the example where it's an FTP, I understand, but is there anything that we can do similar activities where uh, we can also use, I would say, sir, we can also use our alumni network, right? I mean, if you go back and relook at our alumni network, there would be people, might be CEOs of companies, people maybe would have, and so and so. So probably you can plan something where one of the individuals can deliver a talk on with the students, not only faculty, with students on a regular basis, uh, where they can I mean, bridge the gap between industry and academic. But having said that, before coming to MBA, I also worked for 1 year in industry. What I realized is uh, we typically, I mean, we also want have to learn the skill set that is required, right? So we talk about, okay, whenever a person comes, we say, hey, okay, whether this the person will be able to give us, I mean, deliver us jobs from student perspective. I'm talking about. So where they'll not think about what can I learn. If they're able to help you with the knowledge, you can crack 10 interviews. If they can only help you with an interview, that will not be helpful. But I think, except internships, I think similar FTP programs can be conducted with where you can have more industry people come and give talks. Also, they will also understand what how students are, and probably if they want to go for hiring activity next time around, probably they'll think, hey, I think STMCD, I saw students there, probably I can get some good students there for my particular activity. So that can be done.
Okay, Prashant. I have a personal question and the last question for the session. How much is a decade time for any technology? Just a casual question.
Okay, it depends, right? So decade time, I would say, honestly speaking, I don't have an appropriate answer about the timelines for it. But uh, if you look at, I was just seeing one of the documentary back. So in 1997, uh, Shadi.com was found. We are still using that. Think about the visionary idea that the person had. I think it's 20 plus years we are still using a website. So we did have websites 20 years back. So if you look at that, even if I say 20 years down the line, we may still use the same. But there are instances where one technology that was used yesterday would not be appropriate today also. So there's no specific thing for technology. And again, there's always a continuous improvement, as we say, um, for technology. So to be honest, there's no specific timelines, but yes, depend on what technology that we're currently using.
Okay. Thank you, Prashant. So I think we answered, you could answer all the questions. Um, Thank you once again for a very informative talk. You enlightened us the requirement of the industry regarding the skill development that is needed for our students. And we ensure, being a teachers, that we pass on all these information provided by you to our students. Thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you so much,
Thank you so much,
Prashant.
everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure listening to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants, fill the attendance form of session 1 and session 2 respectively Dear participants, fill the attendance form of today's morning session and the mid session. Sharp at 2:45, there is a talk by Mr. Jagdish Kotushettar sir on the topic awareness on corporate and cyber laws. I request all the participants to be online sharp 2:45. And please fill the attendance link as it is a mandatory task to get the certificate. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಪ್ಪ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು.
Professor, Maji Professor,
ಹಾ
Hali lawyer and software engineer, Mr. Day-4. Welcome you for the today's session.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್
Being
ಬ್ರದರ್.
presented by you, interacting by you. Hearty welcome, Mr. Day-4 sir.
ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆರಾಮದೇನಪ್ಪ?
ನೀವು ಆರಾಮಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಸರ್?
ಹೌನಪ್ಪ ಆರಾಮದೇನೆ. ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಐತೆ? ಹಂಪಿದ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಹಾಕಿನಿ
ಸರ್ ಮಸ್ತ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ಹಂಪಿದ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಐತೆ?
ಅಗದಿ ಮಸ್ತ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ಓಕೆ.
ಹಂಪಿ ಸರ್, ಹಂಪಿ.
ಹಾ ಅದೇ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. We have option in Google Meet, no? I just downloaded
Okay,
that.
okay, very nice. So nice to see you all after a long gap. ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅದನ್ನ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. So at sharp 2:45 we will start, sir, the session.
Yes, sir. Okay. So how many participants are expected?
Oh, usually 60, 70, 80. Even in the morning we have seen a number more than 80 participants.
Okay.
Once it has begun, people will start to join.
Okay. May I know who are all from the SDM they are joining, because sometime I might have forgotten the names.
From our department, Vijay madam may join, Basur sir and Parvati sir may join.
Okay.
And from other department,
Not only, even from college.
ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. Sir brother from IS department.
Okay.
You don't know him actually.
Okay. Principal, our ಹೆಸರು?
Yeah, principal sir Gopinath sir is there. No, I think he will be not joining.
Okay.
He was in the inauguration session.
Okay. No, just see, our colleagues are there. I don't want to miss their names while mentioning, that's all.
Krishnanand sir is also joining actually.
Okay.
Yeah, he's as a participant he has joined actually.
Okay.
And who else? So these are the few people, sir.
Okay. Navalgundavare, how was the Prasad's presentation?
ಸರ್ ಸಿಂಪ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸಲೆಂಟ್ ಸರ್.
ಹೌದಾ?
ಎಕ್ಸಲೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಸರ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ.
ಹಾ.
ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ವೆರಿ ನೈಸ್ ಸರ್. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಟಾಕ್ ನಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಸರ್, ಅದನ್ನ ಕೋಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಪೇಪರ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು ಸರ್, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪೇಪರ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು ಸರ್.
ಓಕೆ. ಹಾ. ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರು, ಕೆರೂರ್ ಸರ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರು.
ಹ್ಞೂ ಸರ್ ಅದೇ ಸರ್.
Okay.
ವೆರಿ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಸರ್, ಡೌನ್ ಟು ಅರ್ತ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಸರ್.
ಹೌದು.
ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋಜರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಮೈಲ್ಸ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಸರ್. ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ರೆಸ್ಯೂಮ್ ಓದುವತ್ನಾಗ ಇದೊಂದು ಇತ್ತು ಸರ್, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಿ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಮಾನವ ಸೇವಾ ಅಂಡ್ ಮಾಧವ ಸೇವಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್.
ಹೌದು.
ದಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ವೆರಿ ನೈಸ್. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋಜರ್ ಬ್ರಿಲಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಸರ್, ಬಟ್ ಈವನ್ ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಸೈಡ್ ನಾಗ ಹಿಂಗಿರುವಂತದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ರೇರ್ ಕಾಂಬಿನೇಷನ್ ಸರ್.
Right.
Thank you so much for referring Prasad sir.
No, it's all because of Keroor's effort. What I am nothing.
Sir, he has been the most important pillar stone of our this sir, entire FDB program sir.
No, both of your jugalbandi is good.
Sir.
Okay. The chemistry works well.
No, sir. Yes, sir.
ಇರ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಇದೆನಾ?
Yes. Today is Saturday, people already gone.
That is fine.
Yeah.
And the topic is also boring, right? The moment they look at the topic, they feel, what this live?
No. So quite, it is now a highly relevant topic, I guess.
No, no, for you may be relevant, but for them as as a profession, right? It may not be so interesting. But okay, let us see. How best I can try to.
Whether people like or not, now the external world demands the
True,
knowledge or information in this field also.
Yeah.
Actually, there was 330 registrations are total online,
Wow.
but the restriction was made by the AICTE IST is 100. We have to allow only 100 participants,
Okay.
and each and every day we have to take the quiz, and end of the FDP we take one more big quiz. Apart
Okay.
from 80% attendance,
Okay.
so they have put some conditions.
Okay.
So out of states is also overwhelming response. There
Oh.
were actually 88 out of state response, out of which we have taken only 40 plus participants from out of state.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Those who are IST members, we have given first preference.
Okay.
And first come first serve basis.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. We will wait for another couple of minutes and we will start.
Yeah, perfect, sir.
Okay, thank you.
No. ನನ್ನ ಸೆಷನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳಿ.
Good morning, all the dear participants. Good afternoon, dear all participants. So let us start session 3 of day 4 by guest speaker, Mr. Jagdish R. Kotrushetter. He is a principal engineer in Marvel Semiconductors, Bangalore. Welcome you, sir. Kotrushetter, sir.
Thank you, Professor Karur.
Welcome you, sir. Now, before he start his presentation and interaction with the participants, I request our colleague, Professor Srikanth Sirko, to introduce Kotrushetter to our August gathering. Sir, please.
A very good afternoon to all. It's my proud privilege to introduce you today's resource person, Mr. Jagdish Kotrushetter, sir. Jagdish Kotrushetter, sir, is originally from North Karnataka. He is presently working as principal engineer in Marvel Semiconductor. Sir finished engineering from BVB College of Engineering and Technology in ENC branch in the year 1991 to 1995. He finished masters from SDM College of Engineering and Technology, Dharwad in Digital Electronics branch in the year 1996 to 1998. He is proud alumnus of our college and he was once a member of BOS of our department. Sir has also ventured into the legal profession by completing the LLB studies. He obtained LLB degree from Avnur Law College, Bangalore. Kotrushetter sir has served as the faculty of ENC engineering at STM CET during late 1990s. Mr. Kotrushetter sir has a vast industry experience. He joined VLSI industry in 2000 as DFT engineer in Purple Vision Technologies, Bangalore. He also worked with Texas Instruments, Infineon Technologies, Broadcom from 2001 to year 2020. Sir is also active on the research front. He has presented technical papers in various national and international forums. On the social front also, Sir has involved himself to do Manava Seva. He is the president of Sarjapur Residents Welfare Association and lead member of Save Sarjapur Lakes. Sir has worked as executive committee member of Sakshama, which works for differently abled people of all categories. Sir, we welcome you once again to the AICTE ISTE sponsored refresher program. Please enlighten us with your talk on awareness on corporate and cyber laws. Over to you, sir.
गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरुर् विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वर गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः. Offering my pranamas and humble salutation to all gurus and the greatest gurus of the India, Dronacharya, Maharshi Vashishta, Chanakya, Vidyaranya, Dataji Kondadev, APJ Abdul Kalam, Savitribai Phule, and Dr. Radhakrishna. Along with that, I would like to convey my pranamas to all the teachers who are part of today's session. Okay. I know the topic is it's on the law part, basically. The awareness on basically the corporate law and the cyber law. Even though I currently work with the IT industry in the VLSI domain, so I had opportunity to do my LLB degree with that limited knowledge. Okay, I am not saying I am the expert in this domain, but whatever the limited knowledge I have, so I will try to put the points across to you. I know that the post lunch, basically the physical law overrides any other law and makes you enter into the sleep mode. Okay, so but I'll try to do my best so that you will get whatever the time you're investing here for 1 hour, 1 hour plus, so it is worth of it. Okay, with that, let me just share the PowerPoint. Hope I am audible to you, everyone.
Audible, sir. Audible.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, are you able to see my desktop?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So the topic itself is basically like I was just actually thinking over it, like why as a faculty member or the professors of different engineering colleges or diploma colleges, what is the need of having the knowledge of especially the corporate and the cyber laws? I know it's basically a kind of a off topic for you, but at the same time, as a teacher, as I mentioned, like I was talking about Chanakya, I was talking about the greatest teachers, they inspire the generations. Similarly, the one, you people also are going to inspire the life of the student. And yeah, this country is growing and it needs lot of people to come up with a lot of ideas, start their own business, start their own company. In that way, contribute to the greater cause of the greatest India, right? with that thought, I mean, if you are able to, I mean, understand some of the basically what are the things if someone wants to start an his own business, okay, you can always, I mean, give some input to them, and they make them, I mean, like get prepared for what they want to do in the future. So with that thought, okay, I have just summarized few points here. Let me just go to the next page. Okay, here, and I'm the given topic is about the corporate and cyber law, but the overall focus will be on the entrepreneurs. If anyone wants to become entrepreneur, whether you want to do or your family members or your students or whoever it may be, right? So how to be succeed in any entrepreneurship legally? That's the most important thing, other than your ideas and other things. Okay, there are a lot of question arises when an entrepreneurship will talk. Okay, what is the nature of business you are planning to start? Basically, okay, whether I want to start a like product company, or I want to start a service based company, or I want to have my own business, or a couple of friends together we want, I mean, enter into something new, which is a niche field and all that, right? So what first any entrepreneur needs to understand what is the nature of his business. And once you identify the nature of the business, okay, then the question comes, you need to give the right name also. It's not that I am into the transport industry, I give some other name, it won't work. The name should symbolize in order to be successful. I mean, like, see, this is we are into the social world of social media. There is a lot of digital marketing aspects are involved. The moment something comes to your WhatsApp or your Facebook or something, right? Just looking at the topic, you decide whether to go into there or not. Similarly, if any brand is there, okay, if the name is something, their products are something else, okay, it may not connect well, right? So even the right naming is also most important as an entrepreneur for whatever the organization, whatever the thoughts you people are having, okay, or whoever wants to start. Once you have an idea and you know, okay, this is the kind of business I want to do, and you have selected the name, then what is the next step? The next step is how to bring that whatever the idea you have conceived into a legal frame as a business. Then only what happens is the most of the business world has to go with the legal frame of the work. Okay, at least now even if you go to vegetable vendor or if you go to any chai wala on the roadside, he's having the Paytm, he's having the Phone Pay, he's having the Google Pay. Means his name is registered, his account is registered, okay, on the platforms of these payment gateways, right? Means so he is now legally onto the platform where people can access. Similar way, once your ideas are there, you have given the name, you have to go ahead and register that. Then what are the different ways of register so that it become a legal entity? The moment it becomes a legal entity, so everything, whatever is related to the business or your entrepreneurship can come into existence. Unless you get into the legal part of it, even you may not get the current account. You know, in order to run any business, you need to have a current account. And before having the current account, the moment you go to the bank, what they will do is, if you want to open a account, what is your firm name? Right? They ask, what is your firm name? Okay, you say that I have given this name, but he asked me, okay, give me the document. Where is the document for that firm name? Okay, if you are an individual entity, okay, it is a individual business, that is okay, that is fine. You can still run on your name. But when you are going with some certain name for your venture, okay, it has to be registered. Once it's registered, even if you want to open your account, you need to have PAN card. PAN card in the name of the company you are registered, or you are an individual business guy, you need to have your PAN card in order to open the current account, right? So in order to get into all these smooth functionality of your business, you need to register. Hope my point is clear. Once you registered, before that also you need to really think of some other governing laws which may affect your business. What happened to the pre-COVID? There are a lot of, industries were really flourishing. And suddenly, COVID has changed. And a lot of things, now, they may not even come into picture at all. Now we moved on to the new technology, moved on to the new things, right? In a similar way, when I venture into any of my respective field, what are the associated acts or the laws which may affect my business, which we need to have a very, very clear picture. Then only, we can become a very successful business people. Okay. Hope, this slide is clear. And if anyone of you are having any question here, let me, know. Or, you can put into the, basically, the chat box. One second, let me just check if there is anything. Okay, if there are no any questions, let me just go with my next slide. Okay. So as I was talking about making any type of business which you want to start as a legal. So for that, I'm just trying to summarize a lot of factors here to formalize a business structure. We need to understand there are 4 different types of businesses which are permitted under the purview of the law. The first one is proprietorship business. Second one is the partnership business, which we call it as partnership firm also, right? The third one is limited liability company. If your transactions per year, if it is less than 25 crore, and you don't want to, if any eventuality, if your company starts doing loss or something, you don't want to really take a lot of, commitments as a company, right? Then you can just go ahead and define, okay, my liability with respect to this company in case of any loss or something only limited to this much amount. Then the last one is the private limited company. Later, it can be made as a public limited company also. So there we talk about the Reliance, Larsen and Turbo, State Bank of India, Canara Bank. All these are private limited or public limited company. To give an example, or VRL, Vijayanand Road Lines, which was earlier a private limited company owned by only Vijay Sankeshwar and his family. Later, they went to the market, to the stock market, saying that, okay, I want the people to be part of my business. I want to expand. I need money. Okay, then I open my holdings to the outside world in the form of the shares or stocks. Okay. The private limited, which an individual, the registered company was having the holdings of 100%. Now what they are doing is, okay, I want to like put 51% of my shareholding to the outside world. Let people purchase and become partners in my business. Means you are a shareholder. Okay. So when you want to start any business, so one thing is very clear now. There are 4 kind of businesses. One is the proprietorship businesses, where okay, if I have your own shop, or I have my own clinic, or I have my own tuition. This comes under your proprietorship business structure. Okay, and for this, no formal registration is required. If you want to start your own shop, there is no formal registration is required. Now come to the partnership. Partnership is the one where more than one come together and they decide to do their business. It is called partnership business. And you have to register the partnership rules, regulations, the objective, the profit sharing, the closure, and all those things as a part of the partnership deed. And that partnership deed needs to be registered under Cooperative Societies Act. I mean, here the registrations happen, right? Most of your property registrations are, happening in our local sub-register office. But partnership firms, there is separate registration authority. They will do the registration. And registration is optional, but you need to have your own contract between the two partners saying that we are going to start this. Okay, then this is what my shareholding between you and me. I am putting this much of money. You are putting this much of money. Okay, I am sleeping partner. You are an active partner. For you, this much is the profit. For me, this much is the profit. Or if the loss comes, what all these things, you need to have your own understanding. But again, here also, if you want to, take any account, which is a current account, that case, you need to be registered. Whether it's the individual proprietorship or it is a partnership, okay, that case, you need to have, at least for the partnership, you need to have your partnership registered. On that name, you need to get your PAN number. With that PAN number, you have to go to the bank to open the current account. If it is a savings account, no issue. You can do on your own, or jointly you can do and all that. But most of the time, when you need a overdraft facility or some other benefits, right, you need maybe required to go with the current account. Always, it's better to register the partnership firm. Now, coming to the limited liability company. So what it is, it has to be, registered under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. There is a act that is called Limited Liability Partnership Act 2008. Okay. So you have to register under that. How to register? Okay, you may not be having, all the necessary knowledge and other things. In that case, you have to talk to either a lawyer or a chartered accountant, approach them, give your documents, give all the necessary inputs. He will register on your behalf. Okay. Next comes the private limited company. This is where the title of the this subject, the corporate law, comes into picture. So most of the public companies or private limited companies need to be registered under the Corporate Affairs Ministry under the Companies Act 2013. Earlier we had it, I think it was Companies Act 1956, but that has been amended in last few years back, and now it is called as the Companies Act 2013. Now let us try to understand. If I register either as a partnership firm or as a limited liability company or as a private limited company, what are the things as a owner of that I should know? Okay, here I have just just covered the registration part. Now I am coming to the legal status part of each of these 4 business types. When it comes to the proprietorship, here what happens is, as an individual, you are starting your business and you have a PAN card, okay, and that itself will become it's not as any recognized entity, it's as a individually driven, personal responsible. So all liabilities, whether you make profit or you may make loss, it is to you, and it's not any legal entity, and there is no necessary to register a proprietorship. But anything else I need to take care? If there is something else we need to take care even for proprietorship, that I'll come in my future slides. Then coming to the partnership, normally it's always better to the register, and it is not recognized as a separate entity, and promoters are basically the responsible for all the liabilities according to their terms and conditions. Assume that 2 of you people come together and say that, okay, let's start a partnership firm, and you don't want to register. What both of you will do? Okay, not to start this business, I have to put 10 lakh. We have to put 10 lakh is the capital required for this business. And one is having talent, another is having the money. In that case, I'm just giving an example. Okay, the person who is having talent, he says that, brother, I don't have the whatever out of 10 lakh capital, I don't have 5 lakh, I am having only 1 lakh. Then you can have a terms, and you both of your partners will talk each other. Okay, I'll put 9 lakh, and you comes with the talent. You run my business. We together let us run, but you be active partner. Because I'm busy with some other activities, maybe once in a while I'll come for discussions. So I am like a more or less a sleeping partner. Fine. These are all just a formal discussions between the people who are starting their partnership firm. Starting is fine, you started and all that. Assume if it is making good profit, whether it should be 50-50 or should be 75-25 or should be 90-10. You need to have even this agreement also done. Agreement means at least the discussion should be concluded on this part, right? And after a few days, assume somehow some differences cropping between the 2 partners. One person says, no, I want to go out of this. Then question comes, whether I can take someone else, because in a partnership firm you need to have at least 2 people, or should it become a proprietary, or who can I take, anybody, or the person who's quitting, he has to suggest who is having, we need to have clear cut exit protocols. If any individual, I'm talking about only 2 people, it may be some 5 people partnership firm. If even one partner exits, what are the exit rules? And how much money you have to give it to back? Okay, so these kind of things, whether even though it is not registered, but formal agreement orally should happen. That is what is comes as a contract law. Okay. Hope till now I am clear. Let me just have your feedback. Are you clear with the proprietorship and partnership? Can I have one or two people? Your understanding, or should I change the way I put across? Hello. I just need a response.
Sir,
At least.
listening,
Yeah.
sir, listening. It is
Okay.
going well.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Let me move on then. All right. Now next come to the limited liability company. It is a legal entity. The promoters of the limited liability partnership firm are not liable towards the if there is any loss, but to the certain extent they will define. Okay, we are only liable for this much of loss of 5 lakh or 10 lakh. Beyond that, nothing doing. Whoever is invested, so, nothing can be done. That is the limited liability company. Here, your transactions per year is less than 25 crore, and you don't want to get into so many other things, then you can go with the limited liability company. The next comes is the private limited company, or later it can be converted into the public limited company. But initially, it will be private only. Okay. It is a legal entity. The promoters of the companies are not personally liable towards the company. If company assume that company is making 100 crore loss also, nothing is affected as either the founders of the company or the directors of the company, because company itself is a legal entity. It's not the founder. Founder is just representing that company, or the director is only representing that company, or the CEO is representing that company. If some loss happens, it's not like someone will, normally in few cases, right? You take loan and you don't return, someone will come and take over your properties and other things, right? So in a private limited company, nothing. Even though assume that your company worth is 100 crore and you have property of 200 crore, your 200 crore, your personal property is nowhere related to your company. When company goes for a toss and you have to, close the shutter of the company, your 200 crore property is nowhere touched at all. Hope that is clear. Okay. But you both the limited liability company and private limited company and the partnership firm, if it is registered, they are all legal entities. Hope I made that point clear. Now let me come to the liability of the members. If everything goes well, fine. We are making good money, we are making good profit, no issue at all. But the moment we start making loss, believe me, the lot of businesses have been killed during the COVID. Lot of entrepreneurs, lot of things. It has really affected. So that case, if it is a proprietorship, whatever you put, nothing is selling, nothing is happening. Yeah, that is your liability. Whatever the loss you take, you have to take it. There is an unlimited liability. Even in the partnership firm, it is unlimited liability, and whatever the things they have defined or whatever the loss, the partners need to take on it. In case of limited liability, it is the extent of contribution towards, as they define in the beginning of their registration. Okay, only this much amount of liability we can take, not beyond that. Even though assume that your company is making a 20 crore loss and you said that my liability towards the company is only 1 crore, So only 1 crore you can compensate. Remaining money is gone, is gone. Okay. Next comes the private limited company. So what is their liability? There is no liability. Means it is the only extent of the share capital. What happens if a company goes for bankruptcy? Whatever the property is there in the name of the company, assume that there are 1 lakh shareholders. I mean, not rather than shareholders, I can say that there are 1 lakh shares of a face value rupee 1. Even though market value may be 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees, and all that. Okay, let me also put one point very clear. You maybe most of the people will be having a lot of interest in the stock market, especially during COVID period. Most of the, and it was a bull run time from 2020 March till the last year October. Many people have opened their demat account and started making a lot of money, right? Assume that the Reliance price, current price is around 2,400 rupees. But what is the face value? He sold it to you. He said that if you are buying this share, the face value I am giving you as only 1 rupee or 2 rupee. But market say that, okay, I am worth of 1,000 rupees. I am listing at 1,000 rupees and you are buying at 1,000 rupees. Or you are buying at 2,400 rupees. But the face value of my company share is either 1 rupee or 2 rupee. Even you might have heard about the ITC, okay, where a lot of, they are into the consumer products and cigarette industry and all that, right? They are the best known for giving the dividends, right? 80% of their profit they distribute among the shareholders, and they say that we are giving the 700% of dividend. Current ITC stock price is around 235 or 236 rupees, but their face value was 1 rupees. They announced that I am going to give 700% dividend, means per share, which the face value was 1 rupees, he is giving the 7 rupees as a dividend. But how much money you have paid to buy that stock? You have paid 236 rupees to buy the stock as of yesterday's rate. If we announce the dividend as 700% today, don't assume that on 236 700%. No. What was the face value? On the face value of 1 rupee, he is going to give 7 rupees. Means for the 236 rupees stock, he is giving a 7 rupees dividend. So his liability is only with respect to the extent of the share capital. Assume a company like okay, I'll take one example which was like not doing very good. Assume the JP Associates, which was one of the the most hot stock during the period of the before 2008, or the okay, rather than that, the Reliance Communication. The IPO price itself was, I think, few hundreds. Okay, today Reliance Communication price is 1 or 2 rupees or 10 rupees. I don't know. Companies, no more. Like it's making huge loss and it's nothing. Their business is not at all running, and you are holding their stock. The owner is not having any responsibility. What they can do is assume that as of today, if court says, or some says, or the respective ministry say that, okay, buddy, you have to know whatever it is, your bankrupt is bankrupt. Now sell your property and divide among all the shareholders. Assume that after selling all his offices, whatever the lands and equipments, if it's getting 100 crore, and assume that there are some 10 lakh shareholders, okay, everyone will get 10 rupees. That's all per share. But you have bought it for 300 rupees, 400 rupees, 500 rupees. Nothing is going to matter to the owner of the company or the director of the company, they are not at all liable. Okay, hope that point is clear. And it comes to the liability part for the proprietorship, partnership, limited liability company, or the private limited company. Now, how many people are required to start a company? Okay, so that is, as you know, proprietorship can be only one person, or it can be a family business. Partnership firm, minimum of 2 people required, which we all know. Even for the limited liability company, minimum 2 people are required. But to start a company, even one person is enough. Okay. Next, what is transferable, what is not transferable? Okay, your proprietorship business, your shop is your shop. Okay, so you don't want to continue, it's left to you whether, I mean, you will close it or you will sell it or give it to free to anyone. That's left to you. Similarly, partnership firm, because these are not legal entities, that is on your individual level you deal, because these two are not a legal entities. I mean, if it is a registered partnership firm, yes, still there is a possibility. Okay, so there is no question of, I mean, legal transferability will come into picture. In case of limited liability company, yeah, the ownership can be transferred from one person to another person. Okay. In case of private limited company, ownership can be transferred by means of share. Assume that today the big bull of the India, the Rakesh Jhunjhunwal, holds 51% of the stakes in one of the company. He can just go and sit there as a CEO of the company. That's all, because he's having the highest stake. Assume that even there is a 10th standard failed person, if he buys the 51% of the stocks of any of the company, okay, he can just go and sit there as a CEO of the company. But whether it's feasible practically, there are a lot of things. Okay, so a lot of things mean there will be promoters, they'll be having their shareholders. Okay, there is some public shareholding, there is some FII shareholding, there is some bank shareholding, there are different things will come into picture. So these, whatever I just, I mean, quoted something hypothetical, it may not happen. Okay, now at least we are now clear what are the how to start a business and what are the different types of businesses and what are the legal status and what is the liability and how many people are required. Next comes how the taxing is going to affect if I start my business. Right, and it's very, very at most important to know about the taxing. Why? The most of the MNCs, which are either the Europe based or US based, started their companies in India because the central government of India has given the tax holiday for them for the 10 years if they work. I mean, they start their companies in the software technology parks across India. That is point number one. Point number two, the amount of resources available in India and the cheap resources was another reason where the India has boomed because of its talent also. Okay, if there is no tax benefits, assume that a company has, I mean, like give their 30 or 35% of the tax. I don't think they'll be interested to start their company in India. They look across the world where is the cheapest tax structure or tax regime. They go to that, right? Initially, even Singapore was the same case. That government was saying, oh, absolutely, I mean, like only give 5% or 10% tax, you are done deal, or there will be tax holiday for 10 years. Why they are giving tax holiday? Because at least that way, if I don't get to the money from the company, okay, leave it. But if it is employ thousands of people and thousands of people, I mean, if their salary comes, and if I can anyhow go and tax on those people as a whatever the salaried class tax, right? The slab of 10%, 20%, 30%, at least government is getting money from that way, because you are generating the employment. The moment you generate the employment, so on that salary, I can go and put a tax. If you look even today, many of the salaried people say, man, most of my money is going for the tax. Agreed. It depends upon your slab. Or okay, a maximum up to 33% it will go for the income tax. So out of 100 rupees you earned from your salary, only 67 rupees coming to your pocket. Again, in that 67 rupees, you go and buy something. On that product, already the GST has been put. You are already given your taxed money, and you are buying with that taxed money, and there also you are giving the tax on GST. And there will be a cess on top of that. Normally, a salaried class person, whatever he earns, most of the time, around 50% of his salary is going as a tax. So it is very, very important for us to understand, when I am going to start a company or anything, how the tax structure is going to affect me, right? So for that matter, let me now come to the individual, all these 4 business types. When it comes to the proprietorship, here the proprietorship means there is nothing like, because it's not a legal entity, there is nothing, whatever in your name, you have a PAN card. On that, whatever the income you are generating from your business, you show that income, and according to the whatever the current income tax slabs are applicable to individual, it is applicable to you, because there is nothing like proprietorship and individual are, there are no different entities, they are the same entities, because there is no legality for the proprietorship. So you don't have the separate PAN number for that. You have the PAN number. So that is your business. You are earning some money. On that, assume that you are earning 5 lakh. So first 3 lakh, anyhow, there are some other government giving some different things. At least the rest of the earnings of 2 lakh, you have to pay the tax as a personal income tax. Okay. It's as an individual tax structure is going to affect. When it comes to the partnership firm, okay. So it is the profits of the partnerships are taxed. It is profits of the partnership firm are taxed under the, again, same different income tax slabs will be there. But one thing here, if most of the many people will still have to go for the partnership firm, which is a registered. The reason is you can show lot of expenses. Okay. I'm traveling. I say that I'm traveling for my trip. For business purpose, that I'll show as expenses. I took a car for my personal use, but I show it as for my business purpose. Okay. Then I purchase something. I'll show it for that my office purpose. Okay. I have meals saying that because I am doing the office duty, so that I can show. So they show so much of expenses. After the expenses, whatever they do it for their private also as a partnership thing. So end of the day, even though they have a good this thing, but they show a lot of expenses, and they show only very less amount of profit. This is, it's the way people do the business, which is comfortable to them. Okay. I'm not here to say that what is right, what is wrong, nothing. I'm saying how it is working as of now. Okay. So that is about the partnership. So whatever the profits you earned after taking out all the expenses and also putting salary for yourself. You take out salary because I'm doing, okay, I'll take out this much of salary and all those things, all the expenses, then whatever it comes on that, it is taxed. Okay. For LLP, limited liability company, the profits are taxed as per the slabs provided under the Government Act, and along with that, the surcharges and cesses and other things are applicable. Okay. So as of now, again, there are basically, if it is turnover depends upon turnovers and other things, few things are applicable. Okay. And the next comes to the private limited company. Okay. As of now, the Indian registered companies under the Companies Act 2013, the standard tax applicable is 25% of the income. Okay, it's not like whatever we have the slabs. No, if it is registered like that, as of now, it is 25%. Again, there are different things. If your company is, I mean, like working, I mean, normally the most of the time the software companies are, I mean, if they want, I mean, give any importance to any tourism or something, if your company works for tourism, there may be tax holiday. So tax holiday, again, that I mean, you need to account. If it is a 25%, again, there may be 10% tax holiday. That case, only 15% you may be required to pay as the tax. Hope I made my point clear. Okay. Let me move on to the next page. Then, whether there is a requirement of the any annual general body meetings or annual statutory meetings needs to happen, not required for proprietary and partnership firm. Even it is not required for the limited liabilities company, but private limited or the public limited companies needs to have the board and general meeting periodically. You know that like I don't know how many of you have watched basically there was a movie on the Dhirubhai Ambani. I forgotten the name. Guru. Okay, it is a nice movie where you see every year there used to be general body meeting. Lakhs of people used to come to the general body meeting of the Reliance company. Okay, it's a mandatory to have general body meeting. All the shareholders has to come. I mean, it's not mandatory, but because the way, I mean, he was creating the wealth and people are so happy. Even sometimes the biggest ground in Mumbai was not sufficient to hold the general body meeting of the Reliance group when the Dhirubhai Ambani was there. That is one part. The other part is the regular board meeting needs to happen. The board meeting needs to happen at least once in a quarter, because you have to file a quarterly result when it is a private limited or public limited company. Right? Every quarter you have to submit. I mean, like not only that, actually, before every quarter 30th or 31st, they have to even file the, I mean, submit the basically the tax amount. They have to give it to government. You do your auditing and how much profit loss, you do it later. But immediately after 3 months over, on the 30th day, okay, you go ahead and deposit the, okay, assume, okay, you are making this much of profit, okay, on that, okay, this is the tax, you have to deposit it to the government. You do your auditing later. Why government asks like that? Because government needs money. If they say that, no, I see every 3 months, they say that I for auditing I need at least 1 month, 2 months and all that, right? Things won't work for the government. Government also needs money, because most of these companies, they'll be paying some 5,000 crores, 6,000 crores, thousands of crore rupees as a quarterly tax to the government. So for that, the regular board meetings are required. Okay, coming to the filings. So do I need to file the income tax returns and all that? Yeah, proprietorship, it's not like you are filing, but as individual you have to file. No, if your income is exceeds more than 3 lakh or I mean 5 lakh, you need to file as individual. Okay, even in case of partnership firm, okay, what are the proper profit you divide, but you have to file the individual income tax. But in case of limited liabilities company, annual statement of returns has to be filed with the registrar of the companies. Tax returns also has to be filed. Similarly, if it is a private limited company or public limited company, it is a mandatory for them to file yearly statement and also the quarterly statements also. Hope that is very clear. Then comes to the existence or survivability. So for proprietary existence is, I mean, it's your will and wish. I want to sit in my shop today, I will sit it. If I don't want, I don't want. It's on individual basis. Okay. But in case of partnership, yeah, there also if both partners say, okay, let us go on a tour for 15 days, fine. You close, go and come. So there is not much, this thing. Okay, they can just dissolve at their will and other things. Or I mean, if one partner died, okay, they will just close and move on. But in case of limited liability company, existence not depend on partners. Okay, it has to be from the company law board if you want to do something. You can't just, set the business like that. If one partner say that I want to, yeah, you don't want to, be partner, okay, get out and you nominate someone else, or board will nominate someone else. Similarly, the existence of the private limited company is not dependent on directors or shareholders. Okay, but it can be dissolved by the regulatory authorities if it is required, if it is a defunct. Okay. Then anyhow, okay, I will also put one point about the foreign ownership, and it's not required, proprietary or partnership. But in case of limited liability and other things, yes, foreign investor ownership can come. They can invest money with or without the RBI permissions and all those things. Okay. So this covers the major part when you want to start a company. What are the different things applies, and what is the corporate the law which talks about the private limited company or the public limited company, and which is the act, which is the Companies Act 2013, which is applicable. Okay, and you understood now the legal status of it, the liability, the transferability, the taxation part, and other things. Okay, now let me move on to the next topic. We are just, till now, what we have done is, okay, we had idea, then I have given some name for whatever the business I want to start, and I have registered the business as a company, means as a private limited or a LLP or partnership firm. Whether your relation with the law ends there, no. Actually, much more is going to start now onwards. What are those things? Applying for business licenses. Assume even you want to start a hotel as per norms. Assume you are starting in city of Hubli and Dharwad. You have to first take the trade license from your municipal corporation. Second thing, you need to take the permission from the health department, and basically regarding the adulteration, you will not do adulteration, my food will be pure. You need to have that food authority license. So the moment license comes, there is a law is coming into picture, right? The first part was when you are registering. After that, what you are doing is, even I want to start. So okay, there are different laws. Like whether it's a central law or it is a state law or it is a local law. Why the local law? I'll tell you. Okay, my wife wanted to start a dental clinic in our area, which comes under the panchayat. They will ask whether you have taken the trading license. If not, you have to take. You have to renew every year. Otherwise, you are, like not entitled to, to open any business. Even like that, panchayats can do, or anybody can do. Like the concerned authorities can do. That is the just part number one. And there also, when I am just trying to give you the one clinic aspect, because I have undergone that process. I like that different things. So first thing is what I did is I took the trade license from the panchayat. The next question comes. When you want to open a clinic, you have to first register under the Karnataka Practitioner Medical KPME Act is there. There you have to register. that the process itself will take some good amount of time, maybe 2 months, 3 months. But yeah, you can start without that, but within certain period of time, within 3 months or something, you need to do, I mean, like have that certificate. If something goes wrong, if you are not a registered, any time the authorities can write and close your clinic. Similarly, if a hotel is started, if they are not taken the food license, okay, or the adulteration license, okay, authorities can come and ride. I'm not scaring. What I'm just trying to, I mean, put here is, it's not just the moment you register your company, it won't end there. I'm just, I mean, trying to give you an idea that there are so many things you need to take care. Think about this. At least pass this message. We need to be aware when we are before starting. Let us understand what are the things and be prepared. Assume that you are not taken some license. Assume for my case, the clinic. Okay. After starting my clinic, within 3 or 6 months, I have not taken my KPME license. Okay. KPME authority can come and close my clinic till I get the license. Assume I invested a huge amount of 50 lakh, I employed some people. What happens? So better you take and start. So you are in the safe hands. You are getting the importance of taking the business licenses. Okay. Similarly, a PAN card is required if it is any legal entity, right? And as I said, there is Shop and Business Establishment Act. You have to take a trade license. And if you are into any of the goods or services, the GST Act will come into picture. You have to take the GST number. If your turnover is more than 40 lakhs, you need to take the TIN number, right? So you need to have the GST, the tax account number, and all those things. If it is a hotel industry, you need to take the food safety license. If it is environmental, I mean, like you are doing something, okay, here also. Then when I am again trying to give you the example of the clinic. Okay, when I have the, because the clinic will be generating the medical waste. They use syringes, they use injections and different things, right? So that you can't just go and dump somewhere else. You need to, I mean, government has recognized some bodies, okay, they only take the medical waste. You need to be registered for that. Otherwise, next year, your KPME registration is not valid unless you are registered for your medical waste processing. You need to have that certificate also with you. And if you have X-ray, okay, there is a some central government agency has to give you the certificate for, I mean, having that X-ray, because there is a radiation involved. Just I wished I want to have a X-ray, you can't just have it. Whether you have that license, then only you do it. Like that, there are different, for different businesses, different licenses will come. The way, I mean, for two-wheeler, you go with only two-wheeler license. For car, you go with the car license. For the heavy vehicles, you go with the heavy vehicle license. Again, in two-wheeler, if there is some orthopedically challenged or someone is there, right? They will not just give a license like that. Okay, whether for car also, if some orthopedically challenged or someone physically impaired person want to drive, the normal license will not hold good for them. There is something called invalid carriage license. So what I'm just trying to tell here is, for different businesses, different licenses may be required. Please be aware of that when you are starting any particular business. Okay, that is the point what I wanted to bring here. Okay. Now, I talked about already the taxing and other things, and also you need to have a standard accounting. You have to have a bookkeeping. Okay, you need to, I mean, properly adhere to whatever the rules of the bookkeeping and other things. Okay. Then, okay. Now, till now, the only part what we have done is, okay, registering and taking the all the necessary licenses. Now you are going to employ a lot of people, right? The moment you want to employ a lot of people, next comes the labor laws. What labor law says? Minimum wage has to be given. The payment of the wages should happen regularly and so date. And you have to give a gratuity to the employee who works more than 4 years, 10 months. And you have to give the social security in the form of the ESI for the medical benefits and other things of the employee. ESI, that is almost some 8% or 10% of the basic you have to give. You have to, register for the ESI. If any organization, including whether it's a school, whether it's a small shop, or any security agency or anything, if you have more than 10 employees, even the 10 employees are there, employee ESI benefit has to be extended, PF has to be extended, gratuity has to be given. If there is a lady and who is pregnant, the maternity leave has to be given, right? That act will come into picture. Then when you want, hire some people, okay, you hire, you train for 3 months, and if they just leave after 3 months, if you go on happening for 1 year, what you will do? You are training people and they are going. You need to have some contractual agreement between the employee and employer. The contract law will come into picture. Hope I am trying to make some sense here with the different laws. Okay. Then here also, sometimes what happens, believe me, there are really tough times for even including the school. Assume at least last 2 years, most of the schools, they had the school vans, they had the drivers, they had the teachers, but they are not getting any fees from the students. How they can run their organization? The question comes, not only that, every month you have to send the money to the PF account on or before 20th or on or before 15th from the employer side. The ESI, if you are, like the moment you are more than 10 years, if you are having more than 10 employees and you are not taken the ESI membership, and if you are not contributing to the ESI, then from how many years they are there, they will come, the ESI officials will come and they'll say that, okay, with retrospect from last 3 years, you have to give the money, you have to deposit. First of all, my profit itself is not more than 1 lakh. If from retrospective last 2-3 years, if I have to pay, if that comes to 5 lakh rupees, where should I go? Should I close and go? Be aware of these things. My point is, be aware of these things. Okay. Next comes the intellectual property and trademark. Okay, there may be patents, and patents itself, it is a big thing. It takes at least couple of years to register and all that thing. So I don't like to go much into that. But whatever the product, whatever the things are there, make sure these are all protected legally, even including your name. Okay, I'll give you one example. Assume that whoever is staying in Hubli or Dharwad, a few friends together, they started some company called hubliproperties.com. Assume Hubli Properties, and they have also taken a website named hubliproperties.com. But that name Hubli Properties or something, they didn't register it as a trademark. Someone will also come and start us with the same name, Hubli Properties. But now what he will do is, instead of the website hubliproperties.com, he'll go with the hubliproperties.in, or he will go with the hubliproperties.org. Can you do something? You can't do, because you are not registered as a trademark. So your name, whatever the unique name you have given to your organization, first to protect that name by way of registering it as a trademark. Okay. Then the copyrights. So if you look at every book, right? So there they are writing, no part of this book to be, reproduced, copied, and all those things. Most of us, we go for the xeroxing or copying those books, right? That is illegal. She has not authorized you to, take the xerox of that book. He has only authorized you to read that book. Yeah, no one ask, that is fine. I mean, this is in India, the things goes fine, that's perfect. If it is somewhere else, it is not easy. So whatever the things you, whether it's a patent you have, or you have the name of your firm, trademark it, or you have some audio, some videos, or something else, so make copyright of it. Okay, otherwise people should not duplicate it. If they have to use that, they have to call and take permission from you. I'll give you one example. During the, I think, if I remember, 2 years back, I stay in Bangalore, in Sarjapura area. So we have something called, hello. Someone has switched on their audio. Can you please? There's a background noise is coming. Okay, fine. Okay. So what happened? We okay. I also being the president of Sarjapura Uttara Karnataka Samaj, which is nothing but the people from North Karnataka who stay in Bangalore. We have hello. Prashant Revankar, can you please mute yourself? Mr. Prashant Revankar, I request you humbly. Okay, let me move on.
Participants, please mute yourself.
Or I mean, like, sir,
There is a disturbance.
if you have permission, just go ahead and mute them. No, you may be having that override facility.
Yes, sir. It has done.
Okay,
It has been done.
thank you. Okay, so there, I mean, like, as a part of the inauguration of the organization, I gave one speech on the dais. Okay, the starting lines I used was, I mean, it was a little different. Okay, so that video, I mean, few friends they, I mean, like, forwarded, and it went to few people in Kannadigas in UK. So they wanted to, I mean, like, use the similar name while for one of their function, while, I mean, at the opening ceremony. What he done is, he called me and he seeked whether I can use those lines, okay, or not. He taken the permission. Look at the difference, the way it happens. Here we don't care for anything, but if it is a part of the other part of the world, they can't just even take some lines. Okay, I'm trying to give example like that. Whatever you do, make assets in a legal way. Whether whatever the hard work you have put, always register your company name, your logo, your mission statement, your vision statement. If you have something, do copyrights, or you have developed some codes, even, I mean, like, register them, and if you have developed some algorithm, register them, so it all protects you. Okay, with that, the most part of the basically this one I have done, the corporate law. So just I know that I am left with only last 15 minutes, but that should be open for the basically question answer session. Quickly, in a couple of minutes, I'll just try to close on the cyber law. In fact, there are a lot of cases I wanted to discuss. I know that because we are running out of the time, let me just touch upon. Cyber law is basically whatever the business, okay, I mean, so not so, whatever the crime which is unlawful and where the computer is involved, that all comes under the cyber law. Cyber crime is unlawful acts wherein the computer is either a tool or a target or both. As a target means what? Someone will come and hack. Someone send the virus. That is a crime. Okay. So this cyber law comes under the Information Technology Act 2000. Cyber law is nothing but IT Act 2000. So let us not have any confusion here. If it is Information Technology Act 2000 means it is nothing but the cyber law. Okay. Just now I have talked wherever the computer involved either as a tool or the target, if there is any unlawful activities done, that is called as the crime, and necessary penal codes, Indian penal codes can be raised against the people who are doing those crime. Okay. Then computer as a tool, what they do, whether it's the cyber terrorism or the credit card frauds or electronic transaction frauds or pornography, different, all these kind of things is comes here. The computer is used as a tool. Okay, there are a lot of things. I mean, when you open, right, a lot of things will be popping up. Okay, you click, you got 1 lakh, 1 million, that, this, so all frauds. And someone will, I mean, call and say that, okay, this is from this bank, can I mean, have your number, that, this is a fraud. We need to be very, very alert when you are, I mean, playing with either a mobile or a computer or anything on the internet. Suspect each and everything what it comes. And many times, many of our friends will, I mean, like forwarding few things. Okay, Tata's 100th anniversary, please click. They are going to give something. Okay, this is Toyota's 50th anniversary, please click. They are going to give some gifts. No one is here on this world is, I mean, companies are doing, I mean, sitting for charity. They are here to make their money. And you have to really check when someone sends something, whether it is coming from the original company website. If it is a tatacommunication.com or tatamotors.com, okay, then you want to think whether I can open or not. If someone say that, oh, this is a 50th anniversary of the Tata Motors, they are giving some 100 cars free, it may not be Tata Motors website itself. Someone will just put they put the title like that, but if you look at the link, right, link is something ABCD XYZ. Lot of new ways have come in the case of the cyber law. Believe me, in fact, the biggest banks like Citibanks, even Wipro and lot those people, right, they had a big issue. In fact, Citibank, one particular day, they, I mean, someone has, I mean, like hacked almost 150 accounts. They siphoned up hundreds of crore rupees. So we always be aware and educate your sons and daughters to be aware when they play with either mobile or computer, which is where internet is connected. With that, I would like to conclude my part of the presentation, and I would like to actually thanks my dearest friend Professor Kerur and the coordinator of the function Naulgund, and the head of the department of the ENC, Dr. Vijay, and principal of the STM College of Engineering, Dr. Gopinath. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to put my thoughts in front all of you. And also I would like to thank all the participants. Okay, you spared me for last 1 hour, 1 hour 15 minutes with such a boring session. I mean, because it's not related to your field, but I try to put, at least I hope that it was of some use to all of you. Thank you. Over to the organizers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It was very informative session, sir. We have some questions from the participants. I'll just read through it, sir.
Okay.
So there is a question from Professor Krishnananda, sir. The question goes like this.
Yeah.
Entrepreneurship, business management, etc. are there in the syllabus, but students study it like a theory subject to pass the exam. We need to teach this subject from this different perspective and with real world scenario by involving industry experts. So please comment on this, sir.
It's a very valid thing, whatever, Professor. I mean, in fact, I'm really happy to mention that myself and Krishnanand, Professor Kerur, and Siddhalingesh, sir, we worked at least as I also worked as a teaching faculty in STM College of Engineering from 1998 to 2000. I carry those all memories. Okay. With that, I know it is very important and it should be integral part. But I know that it's open-heartedly I mean, received at the institution level, but from the industry point of view, they have their own problems. The problem is their resource allocation. When they want to send a team of people, okay, for any of these kind of educating the students and giving information and other things, they look at the resources. They build the resources for every hour. Okay, and they want to use it for their own purpose. So there is a little bit of selfishness, but yeah, there are a lot of Okay, companies who are into the CSR activity, they want, I mean, send their people and other things, but it may needs lot of interactions between the both the colleges and industry. Then only this will happen. Just, I mean, like thinking that sending a letter and other things on the ground, it is, I mean, becoming tough. But that is the reality. But it is really, really very essential have a greater interaction between industry and institution. That much I can tell.
Thank you, sir. So there is a question from Professor Prashant Revankar, sir. And there is a compliment in turn. The session is very informative. And the question goes like this.
Okay.
How many credits do you feel are adequate to impart necessary legal aspects for engineering graduates? Even international law and IPR are essential. So,
Okay. Because now we are moving to see. If you ask me till 10 years back, yes, it was not required. But if you ask me now, it is very essential part. The reason is most of the things now, what is happening is it's become an online platform. Okay. And your most of the properties are intellectual knowledge or whether it's all based upon the new technologies, whether it's a data mining or I am talking about the new other upcoming robotics or different things, right? So these are all, most of them are the software oriented or little bit of embedded or hardware part. Okay. So they all need to be aware of the rules, and because they need to, the whatever they design, they do, right? They need to protect. And that idea should not be stolen by someone. So for that, the knowledge of all these things is very, very essential. That is part number one. Coming to the part number two, the generation from 19, I can say that almost from 1990 to this 2020 was the best in the last millennium, the most blessed generation. Whoever has completed their degree, they got good jobs, they made their house at the age of 30, they had car, they traveled outside. But believe me, 15 to 20 years down the line, it is not the same thing. They may be required to change their profession every 10 years, because it's not like a same industry will be there. The technology will change, the requirement will change. So for that matter, actually the awareness of all these things are very much essential. At least one subject totally which covers of the basic business laws and entrepreneurship thing, little bit of understanding of basically some labor law or intellectual property, the trademark, the copyrights, has to go as at least one subject in the whole academia of the engineering students.
sir, we have a question from Professor Preeti ma'am.
Yeah.
Sir, I feel that the financial aspects of the corporate world need to be taught to the students in colleges. What are your thoughts, sir?
Okay. It is absolutely very much necessary. In fact, I don't know why. I mean, if you personally ask, that your whole life revolves around how financially you manage. Live about till you start earning at the age of 21, 22. After that, it's about all how you manage your finance. Just saving is not saving unless it is invested properly. Okay. And unless it is going to give you the returns. Every student, the moment, if you ask me, the moment they come to the 12th standard, there should be the lot of education, especially there should be one chapter about the complete understanding of the finance. People don't know how the finance works. What are the different aspects to invest at the beginning of their life? So normally, I mean, wherever I go for any workshops or seminar in any of the colleges, right? I always tell the young students one thing: read one book before you start get into your degree level or anything. Rich Dad and Poor Dad. That is one book where it gives the complete understanding how a professor of a vice chancellor of university getting the huge salary was not able to really manage his finance, and a 10th class failed student was amassing the wealth by wealth. And what are the different way they thought, what was their understanding of the finance, that really gives a complete opening of the different world. Okay. I strongly, I mean, go with the thought process. It has to be proper. I mean, this subject, at least at the starting of their degree, it has to be inculcated.
Yes, sir. I think your previous, the answer of the previous question will act as a base for the next question. So what is the difference between face value, book value, and market value? And why dividend is computed on the basis of face value?
See, when you bought your share, you actually bought on that. If you look at the certificate, share certificate, they say that I am selling it for rupee 1. But the market value is where people felt that, oh, this company is doing so much of profit, or in next 10 years they are going to, make thousands of crore rupees, and they are going to expand so much. So they project, and accordingly they increase the value. It's all people perspective, looking at the business perspective. The face value is okay. At the opening, starting up my company, I am saying that I have 10 lakh rupees worth I'm investing. So I am going to, for every 1 rupee, I say that 1 share. So I'm having 10 lakh share. That is the face value. Okay, if anyone want to buy, I will not sell it. See, assume that I have started my company with that 10 lakh rupees funding. I have made it grow. I employed 50 people. Now my turnover is more than 50 crore, where I started with a 10 lakh. And when my turnover is 50 crore, how can I give that share at rupee 1? Right? I have to calculate that 50 crore as of the today's market value, and accordingly I have to value what is the value of my share, and accordingly I'll sell it. Right? So that's what it is.
Yes, sir. So the last question from Dr. Navalgun, sir. Sir, it appears that the data for the last 2 years shows a dip in the number of successful startups. Do you think that a lack of legal knowledge is a major cause in this? Please comment, sir.
No, I don't think the last 2 years, even any of the legal enforcement were so serious, because end of the day, even government was very, very, casual on any of the things, because they know that world is suffering. So they are not imposing any of the things. They wanted people to do whatever they can do. Okay. But the demand was not there for certain industries. If you look at automotive industry, they just flourished. If you look at the semiconductor industry, they flourished. Why? Because when the corona hit, everyone feel that there is no public transport, and I don't want go in an open air on a two-wheeler, or on a public transport, or any other things. So let me have my family have one small car. Okay, everyone started booking. Then automotive industry, like that, the semiconductor industry, because many people have started using the lot of gadgets and other things. So wheelers industry, semiconductor started flourishing. So it is a certain period of time, certain things will move on.
Okay, sir. So thank you for answering all the queries of the participants. I thank you once again for presenting a very informative talk and providing us awareness on corporate and cyber laws. I request Kerur sir for presenting vote of thanks for the session.
Thank you, Mr. Kotru Setter, for
Thank you,
presenting
Kero. Thank you so
highly
much.
informative talk on this cyber laws, corporate laws, etc. In the shortest number of possible slides, you have presented a nice talk, really very much interactive talk, and I think participants have enriched their knowledge. And as you said rightly, that earlier days it is not required for the technical people, engineers to know about the cyber laws, cyber security, corporate laws, etc. Now it is a mandatory. So it is an order of the day. So you have enlightened us, all of us, the various aspects within the shortest possible number of slides. So that is possible only persons like you. You are not just a technician, you are not just a engineer, you are also lawyer and a social worker. So such type of talks is possible. Persons like you, the multi-passionate personality like you people. So on behalf of our college and department, all of our colleagues, I would like to express my sincere thanks for being a part of this the AICTA IST 1 week program as a resource person. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for giving me an wonderful opportunity, and thanks to all the participants, who patiently listened to me. Okay, thank you so much. God bless all of you.
Thank you, sir.
So my dear participant, that is the end of the day of 4. Now, yeah, attendance, you please give all of the attendance, all the participants, and also answer for the quiz. It has been posted in the chat box. So thank you very much.
Dear participants, please find the link of all the attendance of all the sessions and quiz in the chat box. Submit your responses as soon as possible. Thank you.